You got to approve my request? Yes, thanks. Okay, now we are going to understand that what is the structure of this calendar. But before we go into the calendar, we will have to understand the categories. Do you see this first one? Global. So global
Mm-hmm.
means that these are the calendars which are very much useful in multiple projects. These are visible to all, accessible to all, and usable by all, right? So only the curated calendars are kept here by the Primavera administrator. So if there is a calendar which is useful for multiple projects, the schedule can be used in some more than 2 or 3 projects. So that calendar will be kept here. So
Okay.
if you just click here, used by, okay, just click here on the used by and
Mm-hmm.
just click yes. So once you do that, you will see a list of the projects that are using this calendar. Just scroll down, just click here and scroll down to the bottom of the list. Yeah, continue to scroll till you reach the end. There is more, more. Do you see this lesson
Mm-hmm.
number one? The lesson number one
Mm-hmm.
also listed here under the corporate standard because the lesson number one is also using this calendar, right? That's why it is listed here.
Right.
Now click on the close button here. Now there is this category project. Click on that. So right now you see that it is blank. The project category is blank. Okay, now let me tell you that why it is there. Basically, the project category will have those calendar which is not useful for more than one project. It is to be used in only one project. So it's a private space. Suppose if you have a calendar which is not useful for any other project, you create it here. So that's going to stay here. It will be visible to you only, right? And you look at this button. What does it say? Really?
Global.
To global. It means that in the future, if that calendar is useful for some other project as well, multiple project, you can push it to the global category. But till that time, you can keep it here, and that's going to keep the global category clutter free. Now you click here on the resource. So resource calendars are those calendars which are useful for the resources, mostly external consultants, right? External consultants. Suppose you have an external consultant, he works, let's say he works on 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right? He works on 3 days. So if he works on 3 days, so it means that he can't use your 5 day or 6 day week calendar. For example, you look at this calendar belonging to the person Frank. You select this
Okay.
and then you click on the used by. So if you click on the use by button, you will see a resource symbol. Do you see this? And a name, Frank, right? So Frank is the guy who uses this calendar because Frank is not an internal resource. Usually, this such kind of calendars are created for external resources, right? Okay. Now you click on the close button here. Click on the close. Now you select the global. So after you selected the global, let us understand the internal structure of the corporate. You click on the modify. So after you clicked on the modify, now let us look at the time periods, the definition of the time periods, how the time is defined for this particular calendar. What is the definition of the working day, working week, working month, and the working years? Click that button. Click it.
Okay. Yeah.
So basically, the working day is defined as 8 man hours. So that because that's a global standard. So an organization can be 4 days a week or 5 days a week or 6 days a week, but the man hours per day should be around 8. Okay, that's a global thing. Now, since this organization works 5 days a week, so 8 multiplied by 5 is equal to 40, right? Okay, so it is
Right.
40 man hours. Now, they have designated that a person should contribute 172 man hours per month. If you want to convert the man hours into man days, you got to divide it by 8. So let's do it. So I'll go into the search and I will search out the calculator and I will right click that. And after right clicking, I will pin the calculator. So where is the right click going? Why doesn't it work? Okay, fine. So just a moment. So let me right size the calendar so that you have the right size and you can use it comfortably without occupying too much part of the screen. Okay, so this is the just the right size. Now we do this 172 divided by 8. So we are converting 172 man hours into man days. So do you see this 21.5? So it is 21 man days and zero point 0.5 and a half man days, right? So basically this is 172. Now if you divide 2000 by 8, so how many man days you get? Just do it. Okay, just do this. 2000 divided by 8. How much is that? Go ahead, do
Yeah,
it.
250.
Yeah,
250.
yeah, 250 man days, right? So basically,
Mhm.
it is 8 man hours equal to 1 man day. So that is their definition in this organization. Now, let us click on the cancel because we are here to see, not to change. So click on the cancel button, cancel. Click on the cancel button. Now, let us click on the work week. Let us see how do they define the work week. See, in the Primavera, it's very easy. It's a template. See this, it's a very, 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 very logical template. If you want to switch off a day, put 0. If you want to make a day for work, right? So what do you do? You put 8. 8 makes a day as work day and 0 makes a day as, a day as non-work, right? Is that clear? So it means that if you want to make 6 days a week calendar, you will put 8 into the Saturday as well, right? Is that clear? Okay, so that's how it works. I should hear something from you.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, fine. Now click on the cancel because we are here to see, not to change. Click on the cancel.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the work week. Now, if you look at any particular day, it will show you 8 hours. But that 8 hour doesn't mean much because you got to know the schedule, how this 8 hours will be started and how it will be used, right? So you
Right.
click on the detailed. So if you look at the detailed work hours, you click on the work week. So if you click on the work week, you will see all the days. So you can see that what is the structure of a day. So how the 24 the hours are being, 8 hours are being scheduled out of 24 hours. From top to the bottom, it is 24 hours. Now in the Primavera, 1 hour is in multiple of 30 minutes. So it means that you can have a starting time like 7 or 7:38 or 8:30. Similarly, your closing time can be in multiples of 30 minutes. 5, 5:30, 6, 6:30. You can't have in between times, right? So is this thing clear? So you
Right.
see that 1 hour has been split into 30 minutes. Okay, so that you
Right.
can put timing, starting and closing time in multiples of 30 minutes. So this is the starting time, 8 a.m. You can see that the white bars, they
Right.
represent the working time, and the non-white, they represent the closing, the non-work time. Okay, and you see this closing time here. So what do you think it is? The closing time is 4 p.m. If you look here carefully at so when it touches 16, when it achieves 16 hours, so it means that it is 4 p.m., right? So when it is,
Right.
it is the end of the business day. So we have the same pattern for Monday to Friday. And If you click on Saturday or Sunday, you will see all the hours are non-work, right? Is that clear? So Monday till Friday,
Right.
they're having the same pattern, but this organization doesn't have any formal break time. Okay. So they have basically informal break time somewhere, okay, which is not mentioned here in the daily structure. Now click on the cancel button here. So after you clicked on the cancel, then you click on the cancel once again and you click on the yes. Then you click on the close. Okay, fine. Now we will create a new calendar. Okay, we will create a new calendar and we will implement it. So before we create a calendar, we will write the specification. So to write the specification, we will go into our whiteboard. So here is our whiteboard. So here, so just remember one thing. What is the definition of the working time? Working time is the weekday. And what is the non-working time? These three are the non-working time. The regular weekend, the weekends which repeat every week, and monthly weekends. Suppose if you have any organization which works 6 days a week, right? But once in a month, they give an extra weekend. So that weekend which occurs once in a month, that would be called a monthly weekend. And then come the holidays. These are also non-work time, right? Is this clear?
Right.
Now, just keep that in mind that in the world of the project management, we define the these three as by using one terminology that is non-working time. Now we go to the Indian Standard Time calendar specification. So now we come to the 6 days a week. So you read this. What is the specification of the calendar? Right?
6 days a week, Monday to Saturday,
Hmm.
8 months,
Eight, which means eight man hours. MS stand for man
eight
hour.
man hours.
Yes.
Okay, working day. Then 48 man hours working week and 192 man hours working month. So that would be 23,000, 2,304 plus 40 equals the 2,344 man hours per working year.
Okay, the working is
So,
like this. Okay. The thing is that why do we adjust it for 40? Because there are 5 extra days, right? In the entire year. So so that is adjusted here. Just like we adjust for the leap year, right? In the leap year, we have extra day in the month of the February to make the calendar synchronized with the seasons. Now, what is the breakup of the 8 man hours? We say 8 man hours, so this is the breakup. Read this.
first shift, 9 to 1 p.m., 4 man hours. Lunchtime, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. for an hour. Second shift, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., 4 man hours.
Right. So, the lunch time is actually the formal break time, and the break time is called just 1 hour. It's not a man hour.
Hmm.
The man doesn't work during that hour. Right? Is that clear? Okay. Now,
Okay.
what else goes into the calendar? Read this.
We're gonna bring that up. Holidays, holidays as declared by the company.
Yeah. So, holidays are dependent upon the country and the company both. Right? Now, we keep this specification in mind and we are going to create a new calendar. But before we create the calendar, what we are going to do, we are going to basically revert back to the units of time which are reasonable. So we revert back to the daily scale. Now, after that, we are going to create the calendar. To create a new calendar, we'll have to click on the calendar tool. So click on that calendar icon to get the calendar tool. Now we are going to create a global calendar. We want to create a calendar which is useful to all, visible to all, accessible to all, right? Now to create a calendar, we got to click this button, add a new calendar. So once you click on the add, it gives you a pop-up box. Now let me make it just right, good for use, just a moment. So if you read on the top, it says that you have to select a calendar to copy from. Do you read that on the top? Select a calendar to copy from, right? Now,
Yeah. Select from it.
why is the
Mhm.
Primavera asking you to select a calendar to copy? Because the Primavera wants you to use it smartly, in a smarter way. So what is the smartness? Smartness is that you should use the nearest matching structure to create a new one, right? Okay. So you say, okay, fine, I want to create a 6 days a week calendar. My nearest match would be corporate. So corporate is 5 day. I will use a copy of the 5 day, then convert it very easily into 6 days. So you select the corporate and click on the add button here.
Mhm.
Select the corporate and click on the add button. So you have got a copy, right? Now you rename this copy as IST. IST stand for Indian Standard Time. So you write here the IST and press enter. So once you press enter, it will get sorted, right? Because it is an alphabetically sorted column. And you want this calendar to be used by default from this point onwards. So you set the default checkbox, right? Okay. So after you set the default checkbox, then we will go and modify this because we want this 5 day week to be converted into 6 days a week. Okay. So to do that, first of all, we are going to set the time, time period. So you click here. So in the time period, man hour per day will be 8. That's fine. Man hour per week is 48 because we want 6 days of work.
This should be 48, right?
Yeah, 48 because we want 6 days. Because we had pre-date. No, you continue here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And the man hours per month will be 192 because we had pre-calculated that.
Hmm.
That will be 192. And man hours per year will be 2344. And then you click on the OK. Okay. Now we want to tell it the work week, which days will be on and off. Click on the work week. And then we want Saturday to be on. So we tell the Primavera we will use 8 hours. Now click on the OK. Once you click on the OK, you will notice that the Saturday has become standard workday, right? Okay. So basically, now let me tell you that what happens. The pattern which you have just created will be replicated for thousands of years forwards. Because we are using a computer. A computer can compute billions of numbers. It can compute a calendar thousands of years forwards and backwards. If you don't remember the day of your birth, you can go back, you can scroll back to the year and date and the month, and you can exactly see what was the day of the week on your birth date, right? Okay. Yeah, this is a computer, and computer has softwares, and softwares that can compute forward and backward. So that's quite advantageous. They are basically giving us a coverage beyond our lifetimes. Isn't that good? We don't have to worry about running out of calendar, right?
It's
Yeah. Then-
perfect. Yep.
yeah. So
Okay.
we use softwares. Now you click
Hmm.
detailed work hour per day.
Okay.
So we are going to tell the Primavera that how are we going to use the 8 hours. So you click on the work week. Now we are going to schedule the work week for every day for 6 days. So you select 6 days at once. You click on the Monday, press the shift button, then you click on the Saturday. And that's going to select the whole lot. Perfectly good. Now, basically, what is the schedule like? So here, sorry, sorry. So the first, basically the 8 hours is non-work. So how do we make the 8 as non-work? See, we select the first 30 minutes, we click on the non-work. Do you see that it becomes dark gray? Then we select the next 30 minutes of the 8 a.m., we make it the non-work. Right? Is that clear? Okay. So
Yeah,
basically,
but what's the schedule? But the schedule says they work from 8, right?
no, we are working from 9. Look at
Oh,
that.
we're working from 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see the schedule again.
Okay. You got to remember that. Read that.
Okay. From 9 to 1, and then they have a lunch from 1 to 2. Okay. And then from 2 to 6 p.m. they're done. Okay. Okay.
So that is
So working hours would be man hours working will be 9 to 1.
will be 4, and then another
Yeah.
4 man hours will be 2 to 6. One
Okay.
hour is not man hour, right? Because man doesn't work during that time.
Right.
Okay, so the man hour countable is 8. Okay, fine. Now you do this thing, the lunch time. You select 30 and click on the non-work, first half and the second half both. Okay, then we will basically work 4 hours after the break time. So what we do, we select the 16 first 30 minutes,
And
and
go to work.
you
Mhm.
click on the work.
Okay. And this one too, I'll put to work.
Then you click, then you 5 to 6, you click on the 17 and make that as work. Then you make that as work as well. Now click on the OK. Okay, so basically, you have made it, but you should cross check if everything turned out right. You look at the Monday, that's correct. You look at the Tuesday, that's correct. You look at the Wednesday, do you see that? 4 hours break and 4 hours. And you should check all these days, right? You just make it a habit. Okay, with scheduling, don't take any chances, right? If you make a mistake, that will be visible to all, and people will not like you for that. Many people made mistakes in the schedule and they lost their jobs. Okay, so be very careful because I take extra care to teach the schedule. Okay, now click on the OK to implement it. Now click on the close button because we are done. Now we have to apply this calendar because this calendar has been created and stored in the system. So we go to the project details. You click on the projects. Now you look at the calendar, right? Do you see this? Now you select and apply the IST calendar here and click on the selection button from here. Okay, now let me tell you something which is very important for you to know that how the calendar is inherited in the Primavera. See, there are 3 layers, or you can say 3 hierarchies like this. Okay. Okay. So the inheritance, of course, is downwards from parent to the child. Okay. The first parent on the top, that is the global default calendar. Okay. Now, when you create a project, it is applied at the project level, which becomes project default calendar. So when you have a project day default calendar, when you create an activity, it becomes an task calendar, or you can say it becomes an activity calendar, right? It's like this. Now, since we just changed the project day default calendar to IST, do you see this? The IST, right? So now what's going to happen if you create a new activity from this point onwards, the IST calendar will be applied to all the new activities. The previous activities will retain their corporate calendar, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Now, why
The,
does
the the activity within the LS1 project, right?
yes, correct. Because we are selected on the lesson one. We are talking about
Okay.
lesson number one. Our cursor and the selection is on the lesson number one, right? Okay, but
Right.
remember, remember, why does Primavera allow you to use multiple calendar within the same project? Because in real life, it is also required. I have a client who basically he makes filtration plants for the Middle East based clients. So most of the work is done in India. So all the work which is done in India is scheduled by the Indian Standard Time calendar, and all the activities which are done in the Middle East, they are scheduled by the Middle East calendar, right? So the default calendar is the one which is having most use. So since 80% of the activity is done in India, so we set the IST calendar as the default, right? And then certain activities which are to be done in the Middle East, they are chosen by us and we apply the Middle East calendar. So they're scheduled according to the Middle East calendar, right? Okay, is that clear?
Yeah. Yes.
Now we are going to see that how this hierarchy works. We'll see this hierarchy in action because we have switched to the IST calendar. So let's go to the activities. Click on the activities tab. After you clicked on the activities tab, you click on the add button. Okay, click on the add button to create a new one and you press enter on the last activity. Go and press enter. Do you see that IST, right? And you can see this activity is basically using 6 days within the same week. It is starting on Monday and finishing within the same week on Saturday, right? Did you note that? Because it is the new
Right.
default calendar.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be applicable on the activities from this point onwards, right? If you create a new activity, so it will basically schedule the new activities for 6 days to start on Monday and finish on Saturday, because this calendar has got 6 working days, right? Okay.
So let me ask you a quick question though, real quick. So I know that it affected the new activity that we just created. So moving forward, the activities that we create will be it will be the IST time, right?
Yeah.
Calendar. But the ones prior to it doesn't affect those, right?
No, they are
But
going to.
we can change those too to the IST if we need to.
Yes, yes, we are going to do that soon. Good question. I like that. Okay, good question. So you're starting to think in how to basically apply that in the real life. Yes, that's a good question. But there is something which I need to draw your attention to. If you look at this schedule, you see that it is starting at 8 a.m., but the calendar schedule was started from 9 a.m. I hope you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
But why is it 8 a.m.? Why the activity is not starting at 9 a.m.? I'll tell you why. If you remember when you had created the project start date was mentioned to be started at 8 a.m. Is that clear?
Mm-hmm.
The time which is inherent in the project date, that time superimposes upon the project start time. I mean the calendar start time. That's why it shows up as 8 a.m. and not 9 a.m. So it means that if I've changed the calendar, I need to change the start time also, right? So what I will do, I will go to the project start date and I will change the time to 9 a.m. Okay, so this is a defective activity. We are going to delete it. So to delete an activity, we have to click on the delete button. Now this is the delete button, the red one. The red cross button, you click that,
Okay.
confirm the act to delete the activity, right? Okay. Now we are going to fix the situation. You come to the projects.
Okay.
Now in the project, you go to the dates tab here, go into the
Mm-hmm.
dates. Now you change the date to 9 a.m. The time you scroll to 9 a.m. and then you click on the select. So once you have clicked on the select, come to the activities tab. Okay.
Now we'll do the new.
Now you create another one, a brand new one.
All
Now
right.
enter. Now, do you see that this problem is fixed? And for many people, they say, I'm using Primavera for 10 years, but for 10 years, I don't know how to fix this problem, right? So, this is how you fix it. Okay. There are a lot of small little things, which can be very troublesome if you don't know, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Right. Yes.
You can see that it is now synchronized with the calendar because the start time of the project, as mentioned by you, it superimposes itself on top of the calendar and it supersedes it, right? Okay. It
Hmm.
bypasses the calendar start time. Okay. Now it is,
Right. So let me ask another quick question.
yeah.
Okay. And this is just to get my own understanding. So we remember when we created this calendar, we created this IST calendar on the dates that we chose, right? So if we had backdated that date to um no, if we had moved that date to June, like the date, the scheduled date for for the project itself, it would have affected all this time, right? The
Yeah,
dates on here.
sure. We are going to
Okay.
in a while. Yes, we are going there. Yes, good. So now this is a new activity, right? Now we will understand
Hmm.
how the scheduling takes place. Okay. Now create a new activity of 4 hours duration, right? Use 4H, but always remember to use small letters. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So you're telling me to do what now?
Add a new activity
Okay.
and write the duration as 4H. No, no. You have to click on the add button, man. You have to click on the add
Oh, okay. Click over here.
on the right side.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Hmm.
Now here, go to the duration column and you enter 4H in small letters.
Duration code
4H.
right there.
Yeah, sure.
For for what?
H for hours.
Oh, for H. Okay, you said okay.
Okay, fine. Now you look at the schedule time. Do you see that 1 p.m., right? So this activity will
Hmm.
start at 9 and it will finish at 1 p.m. because it is using 4 hours of the time duration as mentioned by you. Now
Hmm.
you create another activity of 5 hours. You click on the ad and create another activity of 5 hours.
Create a new activity.
Yeah, and
Okay.
duration is 5 hours. 5H. Now you tell me if you just incremented by 1 hour, it should be finishing at 2, but why does it finish at 3 p.m.? Why not at 2 p.m.? Because the increased duration is only just 1 hour. Why does it skip 2 p.m. to reach 3 p.m.? Think of it.
Because this this lunch between 1 and 2.
Absolutely right. Okay, that's how the scheduling takes place because the schedule is created by calendar. So the calendar takes care of the duration and it processes according to the structure mentioned by you. Okay, fine. Now create another one, add another one activity of 12 hour. Enter the duration as 12 hour. Okay, so do you see that it converts the hours into man days and remainder? So when it divides the 12 by 8, so you get one full man day and a half day, right? Is that clear? It is converting it. Okay, let's see further examples of the conversion. Now click on the add button and then you type here 24H. 24 hours. So if you type here 24 hours, you will see that it has converted the 24 hours into, 24 man hours into 3 man days. 24 divided by 8 equal to 3 man days, right? Is that clear? So I will tell you in a moment that why is it doing so. Let's write here 1 week. You create another one and you enter the duration as 1 week. Okay. You write the duration as 1 week. Click on the ad.
Who one and W?
Yeah, one double. Now, do you see that it is converting the 1 week into 6 man days? Why is it doing so?
Which
That
is 48 hours. Yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
I'll just tell you why it is doing that. Because the man day is internationally it is unambiguous. Because the week or the month can be interpreted differently in different countries and cultures. If you say 1 week in Netherlands, it will be interpreted as 4 days. If you say 1 week in India, people will ask you 5 or 6. Right? In the US, 1 week will mean 5 working days, right? Yes or no? So that's why to
Yes.
kills the ambiguity by converting all other units of time into man days, because man days is universally acceptable and known unit of time, and 1 man day is equal to 8 man hours internationally, and there is no ambiguity in it, right? That's why it is converting that into man days. Okay, let's let's do some more research on this. You click on the add button and you write here 1 month. You enter in the duration column, you write here 1 MO, 1 MO. So once you write here one month, you will see it says 24 man days, right? So it is converting the 1 month into 24 man days, because that is what your definition says. Because if 1 week equal to 6 man days, and of course a month is a collection of
Times
4,
four.
right? So
Mm-hmm.
it adds up to 24 man days, right? Okay. So
Right.
different organization will have a different definition of weeks or months, because different cultures they interpret it differently. Now, my question is that you just entered 24, okay? But why the finish date is 27? Why the finish date is 27? Think of it.
Because there's non-working days there, which is like 3 Sundays, I think.
Absolutely good, because this is what someone had asked Henry Gantt 125 years ago. And Henry Gantt had to draw the timeline and then show that why. Because if you want to complete 24 process days of the work, then this timeline has to jump over, right? So it has to jump over 3 days, right? 3 non-working days. So that's why on the calendar, the number of the calendar days is more. So the 24 is purely engineering days or the process days, and 27 is the calendar days, because in the calendar you have got non-working days, right? Is that clear? So if you
Yeah.
non-working days in between, so they will be jumped, right? So that is why it is, since it is jumping over 3 non-working days, so it will be computed by the calendar. So make sure that you understand this in the real life. In the real life, do not try to commit a date by mental calculation. You might get stuck, because whenever you attend a meeting, the meeting words are noted into a document called minutes of the meeting, right? So if you end up saying something in that, and then it will be noted against your name, right? And you will be held responsible that for that. Is that clear?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So basically, you can say that, okay, the schedule can only be computed by the Primavera, but I can tell you for the engineering process, it's going to take 24 days. If you want to know the schedule, so I'll have to basically check out the starting day and the month and the holidays, and then enter all this data into the Primavera. Then I will send you the schedule, right? So the schedule can be computed only by the software. So I don't want to hazard a guess. Tell it very clearly, right? Is that clear? Hmm?
Right. So let me ask you another question. This has it's not about this particular what you're showing me now, but it's all tied in. So say if I find a job, right?
Mhm.
Like say I go on Indeed and I find a job and they have the JD description, all that. Can we look at that and see what that job can what they're actually asking, how you go about something like that?
See, normally if you are a
I mean,
schedule.
not now. They're still teaching me stuff, but I'm saying maybe on the last day.
Yeah, sure. I can help you there. So basically, we are going to continue to interact through my student group. So what you can do that after the training, so you will be basically added into the student group. You can share your resume, share your interest, share your location. Definitely, there are a lot of students whom I have taught. They are still in the group. They are very actively looking for people to enhance their team, right? So you will have a very, very easy entry into a company, which is basically where the decision maker is one of my students, right? So you don't worry about that. Okay. First, you should learn it completely and correctly. Now, you click on the ad
Okay.
and you enter the duration as 1Y, right? You are writing 1 year. So mention here 1Y.
One way.
Yeah, 1Y. So you can see that it has converted into 293 mandates. Now I'll show you that why it does that. It does that because you told it so. Okay, here you told it. So if you divide 48 man hours by 8, you get 6 man days, right? And if you divide 192 man hours by 8, you get 24 man days, right? Similarly, if you divide 2344 man hours per year by 8, you get 293 man days per year, right? You want to check that out in the calculator?
Yeah, I'm checking it out right now. Two, three, four,
Yeah,
four.
yeah, 2344 divided by 8 man hours, you get 293 man days because it is your specific. Internally, it's
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, internally
Uh-huh.
internally it stores as man hours, but it displays as man days, right? Is that clear?
All right.
Okay, so
Yeah, it is.
because the man hours gives it more accuracy, and many people say, oh, I've been using Primavera for 10 years, but I don't know how it happens. Basically, it happens because the man hours gives you more accuracy to specify the man days. So but we always use it in multiples of 8. Okay, so this is how it works. So now let me tell you the flow diagram, that how it all gets computed. So, this is the duration, which is the input column, and this is the box where the input goes. So it's like this. So you enter it here, it goes here, and then the outcome comes into the green box. So here the result comes in. Now let me put the labels here. So basically, when you enter the duration, you rely upon your expert judgment. Expert judgment. Expert judgment comes from your experience. Then it is combined with the calendar plus scheduling program. Scheduling program is inbuilt inside the project management software. Not only the Primavera, every project management software has the scheduling program. It is absolutely the same because it follows the same rules. Now, what you get as an outcome is a schedule. So this is the schedule. Schedule is consisting of two components, start date and the finish date. Is the whole picture clear now? Take a good look.
Yes.
Take a mental snapshot, right? And if someone asks you, by chance, if someone asks you, how does it create a schedule? You say that first we enter the duration into the duration column by applying our expert judgment based upon our experience. On it's a group work, and basically it can come from an experienced engineer. I'm a scheduler, so I'll be paired with an expert engineer. So he will basically draw upon his experience to recall that which activities took how much time. That is an expert judgment, right? So that will be entered. So all engineers, those who have worked in their own domains, they remember it. Okay. So they enter the name of the activity and the duration, and that is combined with the calendar and plus the scheduling program to give you, processed by the scheduling program to give you the schedule. It means that if I change the calendar, it means the schedule will be changed. Yes or no? Is that logical or not? Right?
Yes.
So let's see that in action. Okay. So I want you to do this thing. You go to this column and poke it, poke.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, poke it.
Pocket doesn't open it.
Yeah, open. And just, I mean, you have to click hard. Stab it.
Okay.
Stab it and you will see a pop-up, right? Now, you select
Mm-hmm.
IST. Select the IST calendar here and click on the selection button here. So once you did that, you will notice that the schedule has changed.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see that it starts at 9 and finishes at 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see that the bar has now shortened because the activity is starting and finishing within the same week. It doesn't go to the next Monday. Because of the IST calendar, the rescheduling has been done. Now I'm going to teach you something new, which is about the interface. It is called a fill down feature. Suppose your boss said that, okay, again, I want all these activities to be also IST. So in the Primavera, there is a fill down feature in which basically the value from the top row can be filled into the row below, right? So how do you do it? First,
I'll select that one and shift and press the last one to
yes,
select it.
yes, absolutely good. So you click on the last one that's going to select this bunch of rows. Yeah, you click on the last one. No, it has to be within the same column. You cannot shift the column.
Oh, it have to be in that column.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you are working on this particular column. You do it once again.
All right. So we start from here.
Yeah.
Was this,
Yes.
and then you shift.
Here, this
Okay.
this on this glow, this the orange outline. So you are working on the calendar column. That's what it means. Now click on the.
Okay.
Now you click on the fill down.
Fill down. Okay. Hmm.
Do you see the magic?
All right.
Okay. Now I'm going to give you more practice. You fill down from here to here. 6 days to basically in all those rows.
So, and you want 6 days, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 6 days. And then we do shift all the way here. And then we do
Fill down.
fill down. Fill down, right?
Yes. Good. Okay, now I'm going to give you more practice, right? Because this will be
Mhm.
very handy. One day it will save a lot of time and trouble.
Okay.
I want you to fill down from here to here. All the activities will be renamed as task.
Uh-oh.
Touch, not poke. This is poke.
Okay, let me go back
Yeah,
and then shift. Select, select that.
yeah, touch. This is called
And
touch.
then go to fill down.
Fill down. You have the same, right? Okay, good. Now all of them are task. Now I want to show you another bug. So I want to draw your attention to the first row of the project. Do you see that? What does it say?
Corporate standard full time.
But why should it say that? Because if you remember, you had changed the project default calendar, right? You remember doing that? You had changed it to IST, but it still continues to show you the corporate. But I will tell you that why is it so? Because of a bug. Because it is a database based software. It is not like Excel. It is not like the MS project, right? In the Excel or the MS project, if you change one value, it instantly works inside the memory, okay, and it will change all the related cells, right? Sometimes here it misses sometimes. So that's why they have provided a button which is refresh button. You see that? So what does it do? It pulls in the latest data from the database. Okay, click that button and you will see how you can work around the bug. Refresh data. You see that? It shows you IST now, right? Is that clear? Hmm?
Can you get the refresh from the file too, right? And scroll down and read the refresh? No? I
So
think I sent it there.
yeah, it has pulled in the data from the database. So you need to do that more when you work in the real life, because in the real life, the database is very far, far away, right? How far is that? It depends upon where you are working and where is your provider. I'll just show it to you. Just a moment. Far, far away. You see this diagram here, cloud.
Mhm.
The cloud is basically in another city or in another country, but basically, most of the cloud services provider, data services provider, they are based in the United States. But in India,
Yeah.
where the government has changed the rules. They say that all the companies that work and operate in India, they are supposed to keep their data in India. So a lot of companies like Amazon Web Services and the Oracle, they are rushing to India to make the data centers here. Right? Is that clear?
All right. Yes.
So once you click on the refresh button, it pulls in the data. Right? So this is what it
Yeah.
does. Okay. So that's something that you should know as a best practice. So you have all this data, right? Okay. Now let me give you some more practice. Suppose you have this value, which is corporate, right? This is the corporate. Now your boss says that these selective activities will be corporate, like this one, like this one, like this one. So how do you do that? You will use the control button. Okay. Now you press the control button and then you select these three activities, which are marked by the arrow, these three rows. That's right. Another one. Now you click on the fill down. You will see the fill down is only taking place in this, right? Do you see that? Only on this. And then your boss says that, look, I want all of them to be IST. Then what do you do? Okay, first of all, you will change the first one, right? So first one you will poke and change to IST. Then you can do a fill down, a blanket fill down. Doesn't matter because all of them are supposed to be IST, right? You can select from top to the bottom and then you click on the fill down button. Okay. So is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So so basically this is the rule which says schedule is created with calendar. Do you agree with this rule? Is the schedule truly created by the calendar?
Yes, it is.
Good. So let us close the lesson, which is a best practice. So once you are done with the project work, you should close it by using the button Control W.
Control W.
Yeah. It will send the updated data back into the server for safekeeping. Click yes,
Yeah.
and the project will be reduced from the memory. Do you see that? What does it say on the top? No current
No
project.
current project.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now I'll tell you another tips and tricks. See, if you have similar project, you can create copies, right? So for the rest of the lessons, we are going to create a copy from the lesson number 1 so that we can just modify them and use them quickly. That will save us time and trouble. Now, how do you do that? First, you press Control C, then you press Control V. Press Control C, then you press Control V. V for victory. Now, there is a checkbox here. It says, do not show the dialog box. Select the checkbox. Quick. Click OK and click OK. There will be one more box. Okay, you will have to do this again. Yeah, select this checkbox and click OK and click OK. And select this checkbox and click OK. Okay, fine. Now we are going to replicate it 3 more times. You press Control C and Control V. This time there won't be any boxes. You do Control C and Control V. Once again, you go to the lesson number 1. Select your lesson number 1 and
Yeah.
then after selecting lesson number 1, Control C, Control V. Now you select the lesson number 1, Control C and Control V. Fine. You see that we have created copies. Now we are going to basically rename them, right? Now let us look at the lessons. What are the lessons? Rule number 2. Rule number 2, it says that schedule is adjusted by critical path and non-working days. So let's go to the name and change it. And you write here critical path and non-working days. Write it. Write the new name. Critical path and non-working days. Okay. Non-working days. Press enter. Good. Okay. Okay. Now let us look at the rule number 3. Rule number 3, what does it say? Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Okay, you write here the lesson number 3, dependencies and relationships. Dependencies and relationships. Relationships. Great. Press enter. Okay, let us look at the rule number 4. Rule number 4 says schedule is adjusted by date constraints. So you type here date constraints.
Give me 1 second.
Press enter. Okay. Now we will look at the rule number 5. What does it say? Rule number 5 says schedule is adjusted by activity types. Okay, fine.
Activity types.
Yes, activity types. Activity types. Fine. So we have got this new lessons, right? So that saves us time. So we will now work upon the lesson number 2. So you select lesson number 2 and open. So you will see that it's a copy of lesson number 1 and we have to type less and less, right? So this is what you will do in real life as well. In real life, so what you can do, you can use the previous project data as a sort of a template, right? So that it becomes a new starting point and saves time. Now, there are 2 things we don't need. We don't need the time component. We don't need the calendar column. Okay, so first of all, we are going to switch off the time. So we will go into the user preference, click on that, and then you select dates. Dates. option here. After you selected the dates, you select do not show time. Do not show time and click on the close button. So we have switched off the dates. Now we will remove this column. You right click here. You select columns.
Okay, and then we delete it.
Now you
Mm.
select the calendar column and you remove it. You send it back home. So do you see the home? General. That's the home for the.
Yeah.
If you can remember it next time as general, you can come and pick it up. But if you don't remember, you can always find it. Okay, so you can do it both ways. Now click on the OK and we will implement these changes. So once we do that, so it gives us some opportunity to use more space. So what we can do, we can reduce the column sizes in the start and finish, right? And we can move the vertical partition here so that we can give more space to the Gantt, right? Since we made significant amount of changes in the layout, so it will be useful to save the layout at this point. That's a save layout button.
Right.
So it will save the layout as we are seeing it, right? So when we log in next time, it's going to look exactly the same if we come back with a saved layout, right? So it is
So real quick, let me ask you this. So it will come out as this layout under activities, right? Not under project.
no, not on the project. The project has a different set of layout. The activity will have
Okay,
a set of layout, right?
got
So
it.
it will be
Yeah.
say this. I'll just show it to you. If you click on the open layout, so these layouts are applicable on the activities only. But if you go to the projects and you clicked on the same button, but it will show you a different set of layout, right? See this. You see this? That's the difference.
Right.
All these layouts, they pertain to the projects. And the layout which you see in the activities tab, they belong to activities. Then there are different layouts for WBS, right? Is that clear?
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All of the entities will have their own set of layouts. So layouts cannot be interchanged between project to activities or activities to WBS because these are
Right.
three different entities. They have a different set of columns internally, right? So
Mhm.
that's their layouts will be useful only for their purpose. Okay. Now critical path. Now, do you know anything about the critical path? What is your current knowledge? So what do you think is the critical?
No, I don't know anything about critical part. No.
Okay, you don't know anything. So I will teach you critical path by observation. You will observe just like the scientist, they observe and they come to the conclusion. So you will learn by observation. I want to stimulate you
Okay.
to think, to observe, and to come to the conclusion, logical,
Mm-hmm.
correct conclusion, right? So that you can develop.
Mm-hmm.
Now you go to the last activity and change the duration to 12 days.
You said change it to 12 days?
Yeah,
Oh, this one. Okay.
the last one.
Okay, 12 days. D. Okay.
So do you see that when you change it to the 12 days, the timeline of this activity increase because you increase the duration, right? And you will see
Right.
that project summary bar, it has followed this activity. The project summary bar is now equal to this one, right? Do you see this?
Right.
And I want you to see this. The duration is going to the project summary. Project summary duration is 12 and finish date of this activity is now the finish date of the entire project. So it means that the entire project finishes when the last activity finishes, right?
Right.
And the duration of the project is derived from the duration of the
Yes.
longest activity of networks, right? Okay, fine. Now let us do it once again.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the 1080 and change the duration to 18 days, 1 8. Okay, so do you see that the project duration is now 18 and finish date of the project is now 20th, right? So then what happens that This is the finish date line of the project, of the entire project. So basically, when you have completed and corrected the plan, this is what you get. Now, the project managers in earlier days, they will take a red pen and they will mark this activity in red. And they will call this activity as critical activity. Critical activity. Why is it critical? I'll tell you in a moment. If you look at this activity and the finish date line, do you see any gap? Do you see any gap here? There's no gap, right?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Suppose you have assigned a resource on this activity and that guy suddenly takes 1 day leave in the middle of the activity. So if he takes a leave in the middle of the activity, then what will be the new finish date of the project? Because you know it's going to impact, right? Okay. Now
Mm.
you that what is the current finish date of the project?
The 20th.
Now if this guy he takes 1 day leave, then what will be the new finish date of the project? When will the project finish? If he takes a day's leave,
21st.
look very carefully on the 21st. Does it look like that you can work on the 21st? Would you like to work on a Sunday?
Okay, so okay, because that's a Sunday, that means it will go to the next working day, which is the 20
Two,
uh
22.
22nd.
Yeah, 22nd. That's all these Mondays are mentioned here. So this is Monday. This is Monday 29, right? Now, what will the client say? Client will say that, look, okay, you had promised that you will finish my project on 20th. Now you're saying 22. So the impact on the client is 2 days delay, right or wrong?
Yep,
Right? Correct.
right.
That's why the critical path is important to know in the beginning so that you can prevent any kind of delay on the critical path, right? So basically, the software can compute the critical path, but in the beginning, the Primavera is working in the manual mode, right? When you install the Primavera, so it is in the manual mode. So suppose you are done with the computing your, completing your data, then you want to know your critical path. You click on the schedule button, click on the schedule button, then click on the schedule button once again. There is the button once again. So you click that. Now what the Primavera will do, it will compute the critical path and it will say that the total float is zero. Why is it zero? It's obvious. Let me make this obvious. You observe, is there any gap between the finish date and the activity end? No. That's why it
No.
says zero gap. But if you look at the rest of the activities, they have something which is called the float. You see this line here? This dark line, they are called floats. And in the floats, which seem longer, will have longer durations, right? See this? The float gives you some time. If there is a delay, only the activity will be delayed. But if there is critical activity which is delayed, it is going to push the finish date of the project. Right? Is that clear?
So the float that you're talking about on this green one is where the end of it, the end of of the duration.
Basically, they are far away from the finish date line. They are not going to
Oh,
push.
they're far away.
If
Okay.
those are delayed, they are not going to push, and you are still going to look good on your promise. But you are going to look bad on your promise if your critical path activities they push the finish date line. Right? Is that clear? That's the point.
Right.
Now, Now, in earlier times, the basically the computers were based upon batch processing. The one batch of data will be entered, then submit, then it will be processed, then another batch of data will be entered, then submit, then processed. That was a manual thing, right? Okay. So you go to the last activity and change the duration to 18, 18, 18.
Okay.
You change it to 18, 18, 18. So do you see the software is operating in the manual mode? It's not computing it as a critical path, right? Okay, so then you say, okay, I've entered another batch of data, please compute. You click on that button. And once again, then you will click on the schedule. Click on that. So now it has been computed, right? Now we live in the 21st century. We are lucky that we are having powerful computers, powerful operating systems, and powerful softwares like Primavera. They work automatically. Okay, so we will now set the Primavera into the automatic mode so that whenever we make changes, it will automatically recompute the new critical path, right? Is that clear? That is the greatest usefulness of the software. I can see that you're having an installation of the MS project. How much you're into that? MS project. Do you use that frequently? Do you know?
A little bit with
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Now, let me tell you, the MS project is wired by default to be automatic because it was born later. Okay, fine. Now, click on that schedule button once again. Okay, now you click on the options and I want you to read something. Just wait, let me highlight it. Okay, read this.
Schedule automatically when a change affects dates.
Now, I'm going to focus on the word change. What kind of change? So, there are six parameters. If any of those are changed, it's going to trigger the scheduling. It's going to trigger the calculation of the critical path, right? So now let me show it to you because just a moment. Because, I have to basically shift the focus. Okay, so now read this 1 to 6.
These changes in data that will trigger rescheduling. Change in duration, change in relation, change in lead or lag time, change in or of calendar, delete an activity, add an activity.
Right, if you do any of the six changes, and then it's going to trigger rescheduling. Now, why did I write it here in the notes? Because many of the interviewers, they might try to ask you this. They want to know that if you really know the fundamental or not. So if you remember, so you can tell them so, right? Okay, fine. Now let's see. Let's do this thing. First, what we will do, we'll set the software into the automatic mode. Then we will do this number two. Read this.
Change in relation.
Yeah, we will see. That's an interesting change. We will link up activities. Okay, so move to the Primavera, right?
Mhm.
Now we set the software to the automatic mode. Click here. Now click on the close button. Click on the yes button. Click on the schedule button. Right? The software is now in the automatic mode. So let us relate three activities. You select these three, those three activities on the top. Then
Hold on,
you got to
hold
select.
on. Select. What happened? Oh, I have to hold on to the shift.
Yeah, you have to hold on.
I forgot. Yep.
You
Okay.
right click upon this selection.
Mm-hmm.
Once you right click upon the selection, you will see a menu.
Mm-hmm.
In this menu, you will see there's an option here. It says link activities. Link, join them, right? Relate them, link them. So you will see that they get linked like a chain, right? Like the bogies of a train, right? In a series. So if they link up like that, they are going to add up their durations. So each of them is 6 days. So 6 3 is 18. So that's a new critical path, right? It is equal to the existing critical paths. Is that clear? So the
Yep.
critical path is the longest path, right or wrong? Yes or no?
The
It is.
critical path is, yeah.
right? And the critical path has zero float. Do you see any gap here between the finish date and the critical path? Zero float.
No.
And if critical path is delayed, then the project is delayed. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So, these 3 points are already mentioned in the PM box. That is the definition. So, you just created a definition by observation, right? Is that clear? Okay. So, you observed it once again, then you created a definition. So, this is the same thing. Now, let us do this thing. We have a gap. So, this gap is called the float. So, all the activities which are non-critical, they will have a gap like this. Okay. Let us do this thing. You want to trace the float. So you right click here. You right click here and then you select bars, select bars, and then you go to the bottom of the list by clicking here. Click on that space,
This space? Okay.
click it because it doesn't show the button. Now you select the float bar, click on this checkbox twice. One, two, click on the float bar. Then you select the negative float bar. One, two,
What is it? Oh,
then the next one. Now click on the OK. So basically, why these lines are there. So this is to trace out the empty space so that it is visible. So it is not because we are looking at the screen. It has been a tradition since 60 to 70 years ago when there was huge sheets of paper. Okay. So when there were activities which are very near to the critical path, then it was not so easy to understand if it is really a critical or non-critical. So what the engineers will do, so they will basically trace out the white space, right? With a dark line so that it is easy for people to interpret the diagram. Okay. Now let's see how it works. Let me do this thing. You go to the last activity and change the duration to 20. You change it to 20 and see what is the impact. So what is the impact? You can see that this is the only critical path because this is the tallest guy in the family, right? Yes or no?
yeah.
So basically, what do we conclude? Our conclusion is that a project will always have at least one critical path. Yes or no?
Yes.
You can't have a project without at least one critical path, but there can be multiple critical paths. Now you change the duration of this activity to 16 and you will see that fact. You change it to 16,
Okay.
1, 6, 16 and observe. Now you will see that this is not the tallest guy in the family, right? But there are two more guys, they are the tall. See that?
Yeah.
You will always have critical path, then you can have multiple critical paths as well. That's a mathematical coincidence. It can be 18, 6 plus 6 plus 6 can be 18, 2 plus 16, 3 plus 15, 4 plus 14. There are various probabilities that you will get 18, right? Is that clear? Okay. So critical path has to be used practically by the project manager to prevent delays in the project, right? Now I'm going to teach you the next step. So you do this thing. You set the activity duration back to 18, set it back to 18 again, so that it becomes another critical path. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to call for
You know
the
what?
now.
Yeah, give me 1 second. This critical path is kind of getting me a little confused. I'm not gonna lie. And I don't want to be confused, you see. I'm getting it, but I'm getting a little lost. So in essence, what we are saying is that the critical path will be the longest duration of the
Yeah, not
project, right?
in the longest, it can be a single activity, it can be consisting of multiple activity. A critical path has a
Okay.
zero, right? Do you see this? Zero float means that
Yes.
zero gap from the finish date, like this. No gap.
Mhm.
Right? So that's why it is called a zero gap or zero float, right? Okay, now we are
Okay.
going to learn about how to use the knowledge of the critical path to prevent delays in the project. So you as a manager will call for a critical path meeting after your data has been entered completely and correctly. Because only when you complete and correct your data, then you can trust that you are seeing a truly correct critical path, right? Can you trust if your data is not complete or correct? Hmm?
No.
No, you can't. So now you do this thing. You click on the filter button, you will apply the filter. Now you select the critical filter. So it will show you only the critical activities on the screen. And you click on the OK. So once you clicked on the OK, then you will see the critical activities. Now I want you to count on the left side on these rows that how many critical activities are there?
Fine.
Five. Now you are going to conduct a critical path meeting. So you are going to call your team members, five of them only. Only the ones who have been assigned on this task, right? And you are going to ask them questions. So here is the first question. So the first question is like this. Read this.
Do you have any plan to take leave during your activity?
And one of the guys,
Yes.
yes, boss. See, now there are two kind of leaves. One is the negotiable, one is the non-negotiable. Now you ask him that what do you need this leave for? He says, boss, I'm going to some resort to relax myself. So you suggest to him, why don't you change your date? Why don't you finish your activity and then go? Then you will relax more. You will feel better, right? Okay. He says, yes, boss. Yeah, that makes more sense because I will go with zero load on my head, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be able to enjoy more. So, such kind of leaves, these are called negotiable. But there are certain kind of a situation in a person's life which are called non-negotiable leaves. For example, if the guy says, boss, I'm going to get engaged, I'm going to get married, my wife is expecting a baby during my activity dates, and I have an appointment from the passport department to renew my passport, right? So
Right.
if I alter my date, so the next appointment will come after 3 months, right? Okay, so I don't.
Mhm.
So basically, such kind of the leaves they are called the non-negotiable. So I will tell you that what is the solution from the PM point of view. PM, you know who is the PM? PM is people
Project
manager.
manager.
People manager. See, there are many things that you do. You are project manager, you are people manager, you are process manager, you are problem manager, you are productivity manager. You are making sure that people
Mhm.
are working at their productive best. They are not wasting their time in smoking or WhatsApping or Facebooking, right? Is that clear?
Right.
That's your responsibility to make sure that all their man hours, which is being paid for by the company, or they are extracted in a very productive manner, right? So that's your job, your productivity manager. And then there is the ultimate meaning of the PM. Do you know? Primavera Master.
Mm-hmm.
That it's also stand for that. You are all that. So what you are going to do? Read this solution. Read it.
Mm-hmm. Solution, talk to the HR manager and provide you the equally skilled resource in advance.
Not
Talk to
at
the
the
HR
last.
manager.
Why in
Yeah.
advance? Because you must get them into a meeting and conduct a knowledge transfer meeting, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Despite the person being equally skilled, he needs a knowledge transfer. Yes or no? He does that. He does need that. So that's why you should get
Mm-hmm.
advance. Okay, not at the last moment. Okay. Now you are going to ask the question number two. Okay, the question number two is like this. Read this.
Do you have any machine that can break down during your activity? Response is yes.
Yes? Okay, I'll tell you what is the solution, right? So there are two possible solutions. Read that. Read this.
Solution A is standby slash backup for small machine. B is do preventive maintenance for big machine.
I'll tell you an example. It is visible to you. Have you seen that there is a spare tire in your car boot? There's a spare tire. You always carry that, right? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do you have that in your car? Is that filled up to the correct pressure? Always?
Yep.
Good. Now, suppose if you go on a long journey, will you tow another car behind your car? No, you will not do that.
Probably not.
What you will do, you will do preventive maintenance before going on the journey, right? Okay, is that clear? Because
No.
it's a big resource. And I will give you another example of preventive maintenance. Before a flight, a lot of engineers they check the aircraft, right? Have you seen that? Hmm?
Mhm.
Doing preventive
Yeah.
maintenance. Where is it possible for the aircraft to be fixed in the midair? But not many things can be fixed. Okay, is that clear?
Right.
Okay, because the aircraft is flying on a critical path. Is that clear? Hmm?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
next time you fly, you sit on the window seat and you will find it. You'll see that the critical path is running. You will be able to see it because you are now a project manager, right? You'll be able to see it.
Okay.
Okay. So you are the project manager of your project. So you know that I have to do preventive maintenance. I'm using big machines here. So the machine should not fail. Okay. Fine. Now we come to the next question. Okay. The next question is like this. Read it.
Do you have any material that can run in short supply during your activity? And that would be yes.
Yeah, it is here. You have the man, you have the machine, but you don't have the material. Can you do the job? No, you can't do the activity. So you need the material as well. So what do you do? What is the solution? Let me give you the solution so that you can use it right away. Because many people know about the critical path. It looks red. Then it says it has zero float, but they don't know what to do with that. Right? So you should know what to do with that. Read the solution.
Order the materials used on the critical path to arrive at least 15 days before project start date.
So if you look at this project, what is the start date of this project? 1st of the June. And by when should the critical path material come? By when?
So June 1st is the start date.
15,
So 15 days before then will be
15,
sometime in April. No,
15
May, maybe May 15th or yeah.
or maybe earlier. So I leave it to your good judgment, right? So basically, you know why is that so? Because the critical path material might need to be checked for completeness and correctness. If it is not matching the quality, so you might have some time to replace it, right? Okay, so that's why we want to keep some buffer time on hand. It doesn't hurt to get the material which is used on the critical path in advance and check in advance. It doesn't yeah, hurt. But if your any activity on the critical path is delayed, so you know you will be penalized by the client using the penalty clauses in the contract. Okay, especially in the government projects, the penalties are heavy. Okay, even blacklisting. Okay, now read the fourth question.
You have any subcontracted work which requires large cash payments.
Okay, now I'll tell you what is the problem with that. Large cash payments. You read the solution.
Solution will be get approvals for cash in advance and take the money when required to pay.
Now, I'll tell you because the subcontractors, they do not have deep pockets. They are able to pay when only when you pay, right? Now, what is the problem with the large cash? The large cash has to go through multiple levels of approval. So it should not be left for the last moment, right? So that's why you must get your approvals in advance. You can take the cash only when you need it, right? So
Hmm.
is that clear?
Yes.
Hmm? Okay. Now I will tell you that what is the short way to remember this. It is 3m plus c, right? 3m plus c. So I believe that you remember 3m, man,
Yeah, man, material,
machine,
machine, and cash.
and cash, right? Man, machine, material, cash, at least they will prevent any delay on the critical path because critical path is predictable. If something is predictable, it is most probably it is preventable if it is within the realm of man. But there are a lot of things which are predictable, like you can say typhoons or huge storms. But what you can do, you cannot prevent it, but you can move out of the way, right? Is that clear?
Right.
But any delay on the critical path can be prevented by man because the critical path is calculated by man and then the resources under are your control, right? Is that clear? So it is 100% preventable risk. Hmm? If you are going to a particular country and you feel that it has a particular kind of a disease, or so what you can do, you can seek out any vaccination, right? So what does the vaccination do? It greatly reduces your chances of contracting that disease, right? Is that clear? Clear or not?
Oh, yeah, it's clear. Hmm.
Okay. So will you remember this? That knowing the critical path is good, but preventing the delay on the critical path is the real use of the Primavera's knowledge, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, 3m plus c, that you should apply this rule on the critical path. But when you should do it? After your data is complete and corrected. Corrected by whom? Corrected by all these subject matter experts who are having expert judgment in planning, right? And you are their cheerleader, right? Is that clear? So
Yeah.
So you will bring them in into the meeting room, you will coordinate them, you will ask them to check, you will ask them to cross check, right? So you will keep on communicating and persuading them so that you get the best possible data. So once you have the best possible data, you set up a filter and then you apply this meeting, right? That's going to ensure that you are not delayed on the critical path. There are certain things which are beyond your control. What is beyond your control? Climate is beyond your control. Political situation at the place of the project is beyond your control. Any kind of corona like pandemic is beyond your control, right? Is that clear?
Right. Clear.
And if a dinosaur turns up at your project site and it grabs the people, that is also beyond your control, right? So, those are the things,
Right.
absolutely unpredictable risk. So you cannot
Right.
control, but definitely you can control the delay happening on the critical path due to lack of resource. Right? Okay. So I hope
Right.
you will remember this. This is the true use of Primavera. Okay,
Mm.
fine. Now we are going to remove the filter. How do we remove the filter? We click on the filter button. Then we select all activities, right? We select all activities.
Activities. Okay.
Yeah, on the top. So that's going to basically remove all the filters. So just in case we use multiple filters, that will be greatly helpful. Now you click on the OK button. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. The question is like this. If the company declares a holiday on 3rd of the June, do you see the red patch here on the top? Hmm?
Right.
So if the company declares a holiday on the 3rd of the June, then what will be the new finish date of the project? Definitely, you know the project date is 20th right now. If there is a holiday in between, then what will be the new finish date?
it will add an extra day. So the 21st.
Again, 21st, no, 21st, no, you don't work on
Oh, oh, 20. Okay, I'm not looking at that. Let me see.
20,
Yeah, it will be the next working day, which is Monday, the 22nd. Is
22nd.
that? Yeah.
Yes. Remember that, okay? So just take care that on Sunday you are having the time to go to the church. No? Okay, fine. Now let's do.
Yeah.
You go to the calendar
Hmm.
and then click on the modify and then you scroll forward to the month of June 2026, right? And then you select the 3rd of the June. Okay, now to mark the 3rd of the June as non-work, you click on the non-work button. You see that it turns gray and the hours, man hours become zero, right? Non-work.
Hmm.
Okay, now it is rendered as a non-work day with 0 hours. Click on the OK, then click on the close button once more. So once you do it, then you will see that the new finish date of the project is 22 June, right? Is that clear?
Yep.
Okay. Now I will tell you that how to remove it correctly as well. How to remove, because sometimes you might remove it incorrectly, that may cause problem. To remove it, you go back to the calendar, then you click on the modify, then you scroll ahead to the month of the June. Now select the 3rd of the June. Now select the
I
date.
need to work.
No, 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 no.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Now you click on the work.
Work.
Now wait. Now let me tell you that this is the wrong button, because instead
Okay.
we feel that the opposite of the non-work is work. But if you
Mm-hmm.
observe the schedule very carefully, it is not matching your organization's work culture. You see that it starts at 8 and
Mm-hmm.
finishes at 4 without any break time. It doesn't have a break time,
Mm.
right? So I'll tell you that what is the correct button. That is the standard. And you take a note some.
Okay.
Okay, standard. Click on the standard. Do you see that?
Okay. Right.
Right? Okay. Now click on the OK.
Mm.
You have to take a note, right? You must write it for yourself. That's a practical working note. Sometimes you might make a mistake. So now the finish date is restored back to 20th. Now there is one more expert tip that I want to share with you. You must have noted, since you are using the MS project, it is very easy to relate to you that. Have you ever seen that in the MS project, when you write a holiday, there is a list of exception. You can actually write the name of the holiday, right? You can do it in MS,
Yes.
but here you can't. Now, what is the workaround?
Mhm.
The workaround is like this. You're working on the lesson number 2, you go to the notebook, right? You select the notebook and then you click add, and then you might select general notes, right? When you can't think of a category, select general notes. Then you click on the modify. Here in the notes, you write like this: list of holidays for 2026, right? So what do? You select the bulleted list. Then you write the date, then you write the name, like that. Okay, you write the date and the name. Okay, so India, we usually get 10. So I've written up to 10. So, that will complete the knowledge. If someone sees at my calendar, so he might be curious. He might say, okay, so what is this holiday for? I will direct him to the notebook, right? So
Mm.
the person can come and he can just click on the note and he can see the note. He can see the note for himself, right? Is that clear? So he would know that what are those dates meant for, right? Right now we don't have that, but this is very good workaround. If you cannot write the name inside the calendar, you can write it separately in the notebook and then someone can come and check this out. Okay, is that clear?
Right. Yep.
So the utilization of the critical paths is clear. So basically you have to take care of 3M plus C. Tell me what is 3M? What is meant by 3
Man, machine, materials,
and cash?
and cash.
So make sure, since critical path is totally under the control of a human being, you can prevent the delay. But there are certain things you cannot prevent. You cannot prevent a very, very adverse and unpredictable climatic condition. You cannot prevent any political situation if it goes bad. You cannot prevent any kind of basically some third party created like a situation or things like that, okay, or like corona like pandemic, you can't predict. So a lot of the projects they got delayed during the corona period of 2020 and 21, right? So when we came back in 2021 after the vaccination, and then we realized that a lot of people went missing in the head count. They were simply gone. Okay, so basically those are unpredictable things. Now, if you don't have any question, we can close this lesson. So this is a project. How do you close a project? Control W. Okay. So if you press Control W, the data will go back to the server for safekeeping, right? It stays safe there forever. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Control W. Control W.
Hold on. Control W.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, to save.
Yeah, click on yes. So the data goes back to the server, right? That is the best practice. Whenever you are done with a project, you should close the project. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we are going to learn the next lesson, which is the lesson number 3. Open this lesson 3, dependencies and relationships.
Okay.
Lesson 3, open. Okay, so this is fine. We don't have to change any columns or something. But before we go into the dependencies and relationship, I have to show you some theory, right? So that once we understand the concept, then we can come back. Okay, so basically, to establish a relationship, you need at least two activities, right? So, one of the activities, it assumes the role of the predecessor. The second activity becomes the successor. So, who is a predecessor? It's a boss, right? Do you see that the word boss is mentioned here? Who is the successor? It is the subordinate, right? Now, read
Uh-huh.
the definition of the predecessor. Read the red color text. Read it. What does it say?
Predecessor task is the one which controls the start and or finish dates of the successor.
Yeah, so that is the definition of a predecessor. Now, if you look here carefully, all activities they have two dates, right? The start date,
Mm-hmm.
finish dates are there, right? Start date is there and
Right.
finish date is there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you combine them, so 2 multiplied by 2, it gives you four combinations, right? It gives you four combination. So,
Mhm.
what is the first possible combination? Read this.
Finish to start.
So, what does the boss say?
When I finish, then you can start.
So, on the Gantt chart, it will be represented like this. This is the diagrammatic representation. The arrow will be shot by the boss, and the arrow is going to hit the successor, right? So, here, what the boss
Yeah.
is saying? My finish will control your start. Okay. Now, let us look at the next. What is the next one?
And next says start to start. When I start, then you also start.
So, it's going to be represented like this. Okay, fine. Now, let us read the next one.
Finish to finish.
Read this.
That says when I finish, then you also finish.
Yeah, it's going to be represented like this on the Gantt chart. The finish date of the boss will control the finish date of the successor. Now read the next one.
Start to finish. Before I start, you should be finished.
So and also read, there is a condition here. Read this.
Start date is predetermined.
Hmm. It is a predetermined date and it is in the future, right? Okay,
So before I start, you should be finished.
right. So
That was a little,
yeah, so it is
yeah.
represented like this. And start date
Mhm.
is predetermined and fixed, and it is in the future, and it is placed on the right side, far
Mhm.
right on the timeline, right? Okay. So we have these four possible combinations in mind, and we will start with the first one. The first one is finish to start because it is very, very common, right? Okay, just a moment. So let me switch my internet channel. Just a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, you can still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, fine, fine. So the switch is smooth. Fine. So let's go into the. Now we will basically to learn there's four different kind of relationships. We will have to create four groups. The groups are logical groups. They are called WBS summary. So click on the WBS button so that we can have the WBS tab. Okay. Now you click on the no bottom layout because we don't need that. Now on the WBS screen, we need three more columns, right? Let's make some room for those columns. Then you right click here.
I think, yeah. Okay.
Then you select columns. Then you select customize.
What's the noise?
So once you do that, you will have a box. So you can see a
Mhm.
box here. So what we do that we will expand the box here so that we can read a little bit with clarity. So we select the WBS name, then we expand the duration. Okay, you click on the durations and then you select BL project duration. And then you click on the selection button. So after that, you close the durations group.
Okay.
Okay. After that, you expand the dates group. Then you select the start and you click on the selection. Then you click on the finish. Then you click on the selection. Then you click on the OK. Now, let me show you something. So once we do that, it comes with a little bit of data, right? So once you have the data, it gives an idea that how much space should be allocated to the column, right? So we click this. Now we bring the partition here. So since we want to get the timeline, so we double click. Timeline comes here, but the timeline is very microscopic because we are using the bigger units of time. So what we do, we click on the zoom in and start using smaller units of time. So once we do it, so we can see the timeline significantly, right? Now it looks good. So once we have done that, we will save the layout. So you click the save layout as, because we are creating a new layout for the first time, right? You click on that button. Now you write here in the layout name, you write WBS layout by Akin. You write your name, WBS layout by, and then you click on the save button. Okay, I'll show you one more bug. When you click on the save, this WBS bar, it just slips away. I'll just show it to you. I got this WBS bar here on the screen, right? Just watch. I'll click on the save button and this bar is going to slip away, right? Do you see that?
Mhm.
It's
Right.
That's a bug. Okay, just don't worry. Let it sit there. You come to the activities tab. Oh no, sorry, not on the activities tab. You click on the add button here. We are going to
Okay.
create WBS summary groups. Because the groups will help us in logically organizing the activities and help us learn better. You write here the first group name as you write here finish to start. You write it like that, finish to start. Okay, finish to start.
Okay. Mhm.
You press enter. Now you go to the first row once again and click on the add button.
Uh, we're on the first row already, right? Just click on the ad. Mhm.
And in the WBS name, you write start to start. So why are we doing that? Because so that the child is created with the reference of the top parent. We don't want grandchildren. You write here start to start. Okay.
Go back to the top.
Yes, go to the top.
Add another one.
Yeah. And you write here finish to finish. Finish to finish.
FINISH. Okay.
Yeah. Then you go to the top once again. And then you click on.
So, any particular reason why we have to go to the top to do add it?
Yeah. So
I'm just asking.
yeah, let me show
Mhm.
it to you. Yeah, that's a good question. So let me show it to you so that you are convinced. Now
Okay.
you just click on the ad from here only.
Mm-hmm.
Click on the ad.
Take it on here. Okay.
Now you
Okay.
right here start to finish. Right here start to finish.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Press enter. Do you see a child of the child has been created? It's a grandchild. And grandchild we actually don't need. All we need is child from the main parent. Now let's fix it. Just don't worry, don't delete. You just click.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see this button? It says you push it to the left.
Sure, yeah. Okay.
That's what we need.
Got it.
So
Okay.
you can do it both ways. Either
So doing it this way, like this, is the same as going back to the top to do it, right?
because because what you are doing right now, first you are making a deliberate mistake, then you are correcting it. So you are doing basically a mistake, then correcting. It is better to do it right the first time, right? That's a better way.
Right.
Now click on the activities.
Okay.
Now, do you see that once you correct it, looks like yellow? It because the data did not refresh from the server. So you click on the refresh button. That's going to refresh, right? Because that is a database based software. That's why we need to refresh. Now let me right size the activity name column. So what we have here is there are certain groups, and I want you to select the first four and cut them, right? Select and cut them. How do you cut? Control X
So select the first four.
and Control X, cut them.
Control X.
And then you select 3.1. You
Select
select
3.1.
yeah, 3.1, then you press Control V. Control V. Okay. Then you select the next two, 40 and 50. You select 40 and
Okay.
50, 40 and 50.
Okay.
Okay. And then you do Control X.
X.
And then you select 3.2 and control.
V.
And then you select 60 and 70. Control X.
Again.
You select 3.3 and do Control V. Then you select 3.4. I mean, no, you select the next two. Sorry. I missed out a step.
Oh,
Select
the 90.
no, you just go to the top. You just find out. Yeah, you select
Okay.
80 and 90.
Yeah, 90. Okay.
80 and 90. You cut them.
Shit. Oh,
Control X, then you select 3.4 and you paste it inside 3.4. And the remaining activities are not required. You delete them all. You delete, you select these and you delete them. Right?
oh, you delete all this?
Yeah.
Okay. Shift and delete.
Yeah, you can do it in many ways. Either you right click or
Right click and then delete.
you can do it that way, or else you can press the delete button as well on your keypad. Right? Click delete.
Okay. Okay. All
Right.
right.
See, once you delete, you will see that the critical path is computed, right? Because this is one of the trigger points. Okay, fine. Now that's a side knowledge. Now we are going to learn about the finish to start. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. Ah,
Okay, I'm back. So basically, we are going to understand the finish to start, right? So I will use an example from the civil engineering, right? So I was talking to one of my civil engineers, friend. I asked him that how do you construct a building? So he says that the first step is excavation. We dig out all the earth. So once the
Okay.
excavation is finished, then we do plain cementing and concreting, PCC in short. Once the PCC is finished, then we can start reinforcement. Once the reinforcement is finished, then we start the shuttering. So basically, these are done in a sequence of finish to start. Only when the previous activity finishes, then only the next one can be started. So it means that the predecessor has to compulsorily finish, right, before it can let the successor start. So let us write the activity names. You write here excavation, excavation.
Excavation.
Yeah, excavation. Yes, right. Then you write the next activity as PCC. So you just write the short form in caps. PCC.
You see? What is that?
Plain cementing and concreting. You don't have to write the full spellings. Okay,
Okay.
good enough for you. Then you write the next one. You write as reinforcement. Reinforcement. And the next one you write as shuttering. Shuttering.
As in SHATTERNG.
No, SHU.
Oh, shuttering. Okay.
U as
Give
in
me
up.
one.
Okay, shuttering.
You like
Correct.
that?
Like that. Correct.
Okay.
Now
All
these
right.
activities have to be related. So to relate them, we select the first one and then we click on the detail button. Click on the details.
Details. Okay.
Now you can see, there are tabs here for the relationships. One is the
Mm-hmm.
another is the successor tab, right? But
Mm-hmm.
tabs are not so convenient to use because they show you only one relationship at a time, whereas most of the activities have at least two relationships. So we are going to configure the interface for a better tab. So you right click here, you right click on this strip and you select customize activity details. So you can see that it is giving you a selection of the tabs, right? So let me show it to you. So we remove the predecessor, we remove the successor, then we select the ones we need is expenses and notebook. And this is the tab for which we came here, relationships. That is the main one, right? Okay. So after we have selected them, then we configure and close this. Now, I want you to click on the relationships. Click here. So in the relation,
It gives us both, right? Okay, I see.
you can see both. You can see the predecessor and the successor at the same time because a lot of activity is there in the middle of the network, not on the end, right? If any activity is at the beginning or the end, it won't have both. But all the activities except those two will have both, right? Now there is a
Right.
now there is a column here. It looks like relations. Actually, this is not relations, right? Let me tell you this. This column is actually relationship type, right? So we got to give it some space so that we can see the full name because we are going to use this column very frequently, right? So we make sure that we display it fully. And many people don't know after 10 years, right? I hear the same story again and again. I've been using Primavera for 10 years, but Primavera is not going to teach you itself, right? Is that clear?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe you can click somewhere, something, and you can discover a lot of things, but half a knowledge
Mm-hmm.
isn't going to help you fly the plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're the pilot.
Yeah.
Now just imagine yourself. You're sitting in a plane and the plane takes off and it reaches a level in the sky, right? And then the pilot comes on the intercom. He says that, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm an intermediate pilot. Okay. Now, as we approach the destination, I will ask the advanced pilot on the ground on how to land this plane. Okay.
Wow.
Ain't that good? How do you feel?
That's not good. You should have said that before we took off.
So, this is what is happening with a lot of Primavera users. They know how to take it off, but they don't know how to land it. So you should know. Industry is expecting a finished product, right? They will pay you good salary. Yes, of course, they will compensate you very well. But the condition is that they don't have the time to teach you. Do you expect their managers to stop the projects and conduct classes for new joinees? No, they will not. They will not teach you at their expense. You will have to learn it at your own expense of time and fees. And when you go there, they will welcome you with open arms, right? Good salaries. Okay. Yeah. So that's what they want. So let me take the time to teach you, right?
How soon after your training? How soon after your training can I start trying to look for something, even if it's an entry level? You
No,
think?
you should look for something. You should not sit idle at all. You should look for something. You should look for the job of a scheduler. You will have that confidence. I'll be putting you in my student group. I'll be getting you in touch with my students because
Okay.
I believe very firmly in the fact, okay, when you open a door for a man, he opens many doors for you. I'll just show you to you practically just right now. Okay.
Mm.
Opening doors for
Yes,
people,
sir.
opening doors for me. Okay. So let me show you something.
Mm. Oh. Mm, mm, mm.
I just shared a screenshot with you. Read that.
Right. Okay. Divine Oshideko. That's a Nigerian person.
I have the,
But first, let me see.
you know,
But just by the name, by the last name, I can tell.
so
That's,
I'm an honorary member of the Yoruba tribe already.
you say that again?
There are so many Nigerian people, and I'm already an honorary member of the Yoruba tribe.
Yeah, that's us.
That is the,
They're ready to commit. Okay. Wow.
you see that. You know why?
Yeah.
Opened many doors for him, and he is now very successful. He says that, okay, I want five people from my company, you know, I would like to get them trained. So
Yeah. Wow. That's great.
yeah.
Well, like I told you, the way I found you
Mhm.
was on YouTube, right?
Yeah. So basically,
So,
you came directly after observing my training style, right? But definitely after
right.
you will be confident. I'll get you in touch with in more people within the group, and definitely
Right.
someone will basically point you to something good. So there is a saying: when I pray, coincidences happen, right? Okay,
Wow. Yeah.
it's going to happen.
And these people, this is just today. So you already.
Yeah.
Wow. Please let me get through with my own first before you commit to them. So there's no time conflict.
Yeah. Okay. So, because when I wake up, so because after your training, I'll have to take a short sleep because they'll be there in their early evening. So, when they come back from the office, I'll be up again to have a meeting with them, okay, to do their counseling and the orientation so that they understand the whole thing. Because I take a lot of time to explain things that what you should have in your mind before you approach this training, so that you train right, you feel good during the training, and you do it with a very positive mind and very hopeful for a good future. And a lot of people of Nigerian origin. I have a lady, a girl, she was into delivering groceries, but she had a good engineering degree from Nigeria. Okay. So she
Yeah,
was
yeah.
spending 10 hours doing her job. And then she attended my training during the weekend batch, which was her night time. And she is very successful manager, and she has placed many other students from the group. Okay.
Wow.
Good. So let's start something.
Wow.
Okay, fine. Now the excavation has a successor, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now this successor is PCC. So how do we apply? So we go to the assign successor box and click on the
Hmm.
assign button on the successor side.
Okay.
So when you do that, you get the assign successor box. Since this box is coming up for the first time, so when a
Mhm.
box comes up for the first time, we do a little bit of setting up size and the font. You click on this options button. That's a small little triangle. Click that button.
Multi-triangle. Okay. Yeah, display.
Yep. Click that.
Okay.
Then you select table, font, and row. And then you select from here Vardhana regular 9 because we have space here, right? So we will use Vardhana regular 9. No, you first delete this. You type V.
Where's Madonna? Oh, just type it in. Okay, yeah. You're right.
You'll find it quickly. Just type V.
Yeah.
Vardhana regular and 9. Select 9 because we have got space here. When we have more
Yeah.
bigger screen, use 9. Okay, now
Mhm.
you select PCC out of here because we want to assign the successor.
Okay, so I got one quick question. Before we're gonna select that. Well, any particular reason why we go to the successor versus the predecessor first? Can we go to either one first, or how
You
does
can
it work?
do either one. Yes, good question. We are going to do it the next time.
Okay. Okay.
You click on the
So click on yep.
now click on the close button. Now you place your cursor on the reinforcement. Reinforcement. Now from the
Reinforcement.
reinforcement point of view, who is the predecessor? Who is the predecessor? PCC, right?
Precision. Yeah.
Right? You got it. So basically, you can assign a successor for a predecessor, and for a successor, you can select a predecessor. It will result in the same thing, right? So we are on
Mm-hmm.
the reinforcement and we click on the assign predecessor button. That is the button on the left side. Assign predecessor. Okay. So who is first of all, you got to configure the box because it's a different box, right? That's another one box. Okay, now you apply the font here, click from here and you select the font, table font and row, and you select here Vardhana regular 9 and 9, and then you click on the OK button, click on the OK button, and then the predecessor would be PCC, right? Because I'm here to select a predecessor in the predecessor box. Then click on the assign button and close the box. So you can see I achieved the same result, right? Okay. So it establish a finish to start relationship, right?
So where is it on the successor? It disappeared on the successor
Yeah,
tab?
it is a
Like,
successor. Like
okay.
I'll tell you how you can identify a successor. I told you that, okay, let me make some room here because the predecessor is shooting the arrow. Boss. Boss is shooting the arrow. And the successor is getting hit by the arrow like that. That is the successor. That's a thumb rule. The tip of the arrow
Okay.
is the successor, and the arrow where it starts from, that is the predecessor, right?
Right.
Okay. And now from the reinforcement point of view, who is the successor? Shuttering, right? So this time you will go into the assign successor box here,
Mm-hmm.
successor. Now, once you do that, you select shuttering, select the shuttering
Select shuttering, yeah.
and click on the plus.
And then plus sign.
Yeah, click on the close button. Okay, so once you did that, so you will have the entire chain of the relations. Finish to start, finish to start. Now let's see the dynamics. See, if you go to the excavation and change the duration to 10 days and observe the path, observe the network path, change the duration to 10 for the excavation and observe the path. What's happening there? You see that? I will tell you what's happening. What is the conversation? Excavation says, look, I'm delayed. It tells the PCC to start later. PCC said, look, I'm delayed. It tells the reinforcement to start later. Reinforcement is delayed. It tells the shuttering to start later, right? Because all
Mm-hmm.
the predecessors, they are pushing their successors. Now let us do the opposite of that. Now go to the excavation and change the duration to 6 days. You change it back to six and observe what's happening here. You see that excavation says I'm finishing earlier. It tells the PCC to start earlier. PCC finishes earlier. It tells the reinforcement to start earlier, right? Reinforcement finishes earlier. It tells the shuttering to start earlier, right? Okay, is that clear? Because it is the finish date which is controlling the start date of the successor. So it says that when I finish, then you start. If I finish earlier, you start earlier. If I finish later, you start later. Okay, is that clear? Okay, now
Right.
let me explain to you the column predecessor detail. If you look at the predecessor detail column of the excavation, do you see that it's blank? You see that it's blank. Predecessor,
Mm-hmm.
why it is blank? It is blank
Because is
because it doesn't have a
the
pre.
beginning is
Yes, it is at the beginning of the project. It is deriving its start date from the start date line of the project. You see that it is touching the blue line. So this blue line
right.
giving the reference of the start, right? Okay. Now I
Okay.
want you to read this. Do you see this? It says A1000 FS. Now let me explain this to you. What is the full expansion of the A1000 FS? So A1000 is who? Excavation. So it is interpreted like this. I tell the PCC your predecessor is excavation and your relationship with your predecessor is finish to start, right? Is that clear? That is the complete
Right.
of this compact little code, right? So I expanded it,
Okay.
expanded for ring.
Okay. This one
Yeah.
says A10. The PCC would is the predecessor to the reinforcement. So
Yes.
when the PCC is finished, the reinforcement can start.
Yes, correct. You can say the relationship is finished to start. That's good.
Yes,
So that's how we should read it in our minds, right? Is that clear? So small little,
that's clear.
that's a small little
So
compact.
we don't have to go and change the relationship itself. Like the finish to start, it automatically would assign itself
Yes, yes.
once we assign it. Okay, okay, okay.
Basically, the interface, all interfaces, not only the the Primavera, the MS project is also programmed to assign
Mm,
finish to start. But when we want to use start to start, then we change it because 80% of the activities are having the relationship finish to start. So finish to start is programmed by default for convenience, right? Is that clear?
okay,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
Let me tell
Mm-hmm.
you that what is the difference between predecessor detail and predecessor, because you had this question and now it is the right time to show you the answer. Okay. So,
Okay.
so once again, I'm going to find it. My shortcut just a moment. Yeah, PRED, right? Pred. So that takes me to, I'm going to put it side by side. Now, I don't have to answer you. You will know it yourself. Tell me which one is better. Which column is better? Which gives you more information?
Okay, no, I'm lost. What gives me more information between what and what? Oh, okay, you mean what? Oh, okay. Uh, right here, the predecessor details. The details gives me more information.
That's why we use the predecessor details and not the predecessor, because predecessor details column was introduced in the version 2016, in the year 2016, right? Is that clear? And we use the details because it also tells you the relationship, right? Okay.
Okay.
It tells you that what is the relationship between the successor and the predecessor. It not only tells who is your predecessor, but the type of relationship, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to teach you these start to start, right? So I'll give you my example so that you can understand the concept. So I hope that in the future you will be able to expand on my example, extend it to your work. Now, start to start starts like this. Basically, I always plan with my team members, right? I believe that the planning should be a teamwork. So everybody should participate and everybody agrees to the plan so that we have a baseline plan where everybody has participated and agreed, and then it will have an acceptance and will have no variance at all, right? When we execute it. Now I'm asking, and because I have to do a task, software testing. Right, the task here, software testing. Then I ask my team members, guys, how many days it's going to take? So one of my team member, he says it's going to take 12 days. So I write here 12, right? Okay. Then I ask, what should we be doing next? They say that, boss, we should be doing defects fixing because once we come to know the defects, we got to fix them. So then I ask them, how many days? They tell me, boss, 12 days. So I write here 12. So then I ask them, guys, how do we do it? So they say, boss, you link them in finish to start relationship. See this. Remember, when you use link activities, it automatically applies finish to start by default. Why? Because finish to start is the most common relationship. That's why it is programmed into the interface by default. Will you remember this fact?
Right.
We have the same facility in the MS project also. It also does the same, right? Okay. Now click on the link. Now you look at the combined duration of both these activity. Look at this summary bar. How much is that?
Uh,
Look,
24 days.
4 days because they are in finish to start. They add up. Now what happens that before I baseline the plan, before I freeze the plan, so I always have the habit of asking my team members who are more experts, some subject matter expert. Basically, I make sure that when many eyes have looked at the plan, they can spot something unusual, or maybe they can suggest something which is better, right? Okay. So one of the guys, so he's a bright spark and having many years of the experience, he looks at the plan. He says that, boss, we can finish both the activities in 12 days. We don't have to wait for 24 days. I ask him how. So he says that, look, software is not a physical product. It is a piece of code, right? It is not a physical product. It is a piece of code which can be hosted on the server and can be accessed by two people simultaneously from their own laptops. One person will identify the defect, he will report it to the programmer. The programmer will fix the defects, and then the person who is testing, he will move to the next defective line, or he will detect the next defective line. He will report it to the programmer, and this is how they would be able to work in parallel. Right? Is that clear?
Right.
So everybody agrees to it because it is highly logical, because software is not a physical product. Okay, we can look at the same data or same information from two different computers once it is loaded into the server. So then what we do, we then decide to change the relationship. Now you will learn how to change the relationship. Okay, so I want you to select 1040. Just a moment. I want you to select 1040. And now you come to the relationship type here and you select start to start. Do you see that?
Changes it back to 12 days.
Yes, it is 12 days.
So
Because
when you start, I start.
yes, because both of them are starting at the same time, and their durations are now overlapped, right? So
Yes.
they have become parallel. Now let me show
Mhm.
you something here. I want you to read this. Read this text. When I start, then you also start, right? It says that, no? Okay.
When I start, then you start. Yeah.
Suppose if the predecessor says that I'm changing my date. So I'll show you that
Mhm.
sometimes, once in a while, if required, I can change the date here manually. I just poke here, I get this button, triple dot, right? So when I click this button, I will get a calendar. From the calendar, I select the date for next Monday, right? Next week. But I'm only touching the predecessor. I'm not touching the successor, right? Okay.
Mhm.
I click here, then I click OK, and then I confirm yes. Do you see that what happens? The successor moves faithfully with the boss, right? See this once again. I'll click here. I will move the boss to the next week. So then what happens? The successor
It
goes to,
moves with it
right?
because it's on the start to start. Yeah.
It says that when I start, then you start. Then boss says, look,
Okay.
I'm going back to my original date, right? So I remove that
Okay.
here, right? So I remove it. I say this. When the boss comes back and the successor comes back also as well, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now I'm going to
Right. So why was there an asterisk over there on by the date when you changed it before?
pause. When you apply a constraint, it shows the asterisk that you have adjusted the date manually.
Oh, okay.
Right. So we will learn date constraint, which is my next lesson. Your curiosity is very good and appreciate it. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to ask you a logical question. The logical question is like this. If I cancel software testing, if I cancel software testing, can I do defect fixing?
Uh, probably
Not probably 100.
not.
It is not possible.
Probably not because there's no predecessor.
Now,
Yeah.
to understand one thing. If I have not done any testing, I have no list of the defects. If I have no list
Right.
of the defects, there is no defect,
No.
right?
Right. That's a logical question, like you said. That's true.
Yeah. Now, the thing is that the defect fixing is dependent. Dependent upon whom? It is dependent upon the software testing. Now, that's
Hmm.
why we choose an appropriate relationship, that is start to start. Now, is the picture
Right.
clear to you?
Right.
Because now you understand what is the difference, fine difference between dependencies and relationships. Wherever there is a dependency, there is a relationship that applies in our real life also. Okay,
Yep.
okay, because
Makes sense.
you are dependent on your boss.
Mm,
for the work, for the job, right? That's why you are in a
right.
relation, boss and subordinate. So when you say, "Oh, I've got a lot of redundant income, I won a lottery, I'm no longer dependent on your company," right? Then you won't be in a
Right.
relation anymore. Okay.
Right. Yep.
Okay. So if you find another big job, then you say, "Boss, I'm giving you 1 month notice. I'm no longer dependent on your company's job," right? So
Yep.
good relationship. So it applies in many places. I'm just trying to make it a little bit fun, right? A project
No, no, it makes sense. I understand. I'm following.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, project management is not supposed to be a boring subject. Basically, what I'm teaching you here, I'm
Hmm.
see the Primavera is only a side product. Okay, I'm actually trying to turn your thinking into a project manager's thinking. Think like a
I
manager,
see.
and the
I
Primavera
see. Yep.
think like a manager, and the Primavera fits in, right? Okay.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. Pressing the buttons is good. But knowing the subject matter is very, very important, right? That is the point. Because the subject came first, then came the software to support the subject, right? So that's the
Hmm.
point that I'm trying to make here. Now, I would like to know, have you understood the concept of start to start? Is it clear?
Yes. It's
So,
clear. Start to start is clear.
so would you be able to use it with confidence? Will you be able to identify this situation and apply it for sure?
Yeah, because I mean, it basically is what it's what it means. You know, when I start, you also start.
Hmm.
So, I mean, if there's a predecessor,
Hmm.
it controls pretty much the activity of the successor.
Absolutely good because predecessor says that if I happen to start only, then you can start. If I'm not doing
Mhm.
anything, you need not do anything at all, right? Okay.
Yep.
Now I
Hmm.
will teach you the finish to finish, right? With my good and logical example. So here I'm doing an app development, not an application, but a small one, app development. And that's not a very big stuff. It's going to take me around 4 weeks. So I write here 4W. So for W, I write 4 weeks and Primavera converts it into 24 days. Now, the thing is that, I need with this app, when I give it to the client, I need a user manual. So I write a task here, write user manual. Because if I'm giving a product to a client without any manual, that won't be much useful for him, right? So I create a task called write user manual. Now, the guy who is the technical writer, he is actually sitting with me. So he is watching me doing that. So then he says that, "Boss, when should I start writing the manual?" He is curious to know his schedule. I say that it is not important when you start, but remember, you should finish writing the manual when the application development is also finished, right? Because when the application is finished, your manual is finished, I'm going to package them both and give to the client. Your manual may not take 24 days, so you don't have to actually start with the start of the app. You just make sure that you can start somewhere in the middle of the application development and then you finish in a synchronized manner, right? When application is ready, your manual should be also finished and ready at the same time. Is that clear? So he says that, "Boss, okay, fine, you tell me how to do it." Now I'll just tell you, just do one thing. You select both the activities,
Okay.
you select both, then you right click upon the selection,
Right click on the selection. Okay.
then you select link activities. So, by default, it establishes the finish to start list. So we are going to change it, right? So you do this thing. First of all, you click here on this green portion. You just click here. You click on the,
Click here on this green.
then you click on the right user manual. So you can see that the relationship is finish to start. You change it
Right.
to finish. You change it to FF. So instantly the duration will be reduced, right?
Okay. So right now the duration is at let me see what is that? Is that
30.
20 is
30.
at 30, the 6 and the 24.
Yeah.
So when we go to finish, it will just go to 24,
Which is less.
which is the app development. Yeah, the first one, which is the longest. Okay.
Now
All
this
right.
now this guy said, boss, actually I feel that I will need 10 days. I say, fine, not an issue. You take 10 days. You go and change his duration to 10. Okay. And you will still see that the overall duration is still 24. You change it to 10. You see that the overall duration is still 24. It does not increase because it is basically getting done in parallel, right? So how his start date is getting calculated, how his start date is getting computed, it is like this. Finish date minus in days, right? So basically it is getting computed from the finish date of the predecessor. So finish date of the predecessor minus 10 days. So it is getting computed in the opposite direction like this. So that's how we are getting the 17th of June as a start, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that is useful because application development is a product and that must be supported with the manual. Now I'm going to ask you a logical question. The logical question is that if I'm not doing application development, would I still need to write the manual?
Nope. Because there's no app. So
Yes.
there will be no manual to write an app for.
Yes, definitely. If there is no product, it's no use for any accessory,
Right.
right? Because
Right.
the manual is an accessory. The accessories always go with the main product. If you don't have the main product, then you won't need any accessories like manuals or something else. So that's why we say that, the user manual is dependent upon the predecessor, right? And that's why we
Mm-hmm.
establish an appropriate relationship. So in this case, the appropriate relationship is finish to finish. So the dependency is known from our technical knowledge. And the relationship, the choice of relationship is made using our project management knowledge. So do you see that both the knowledge go hand in hand? The technical knowledge and the project management knowledge, they are both useful. Is that clear?
Yes.
And when we use them judiciously, it is called expert judgment. It is my expert judgment that it should be done in finish to finish way. Right? Is that clear? I can't
Clear.
start. That will not give me a complete manual. I just tell the writer that you can even start on 16th. If you want to stay ahead of the plan, you are most welcome. You are always welcome. If you plan for
Right.
17, but you have the time and the inclination and the data to start on 15th or 16th, you can go ahead and do it. So if you are trying to stay ahead of the plan, you are most welcome, but never fall behind your plan. Is that clear?
Yep.
Okay.
Clear.
So always look good to all the stakeholders, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, the thing is that is this example clear enough for you to keep in your mind and use it when you need it?
Yeah, I believe so. It is clear.
Oh,
So yeah, it's clear. I believe so. Yeah.
now we will learn about the start to finish. That is quite interesting. So before we go there, let me create some room for that. This is how we do it. First of all, we collapse all. Then we expand only the selected group. So you do it yourself, okay? You click on the plus button here, expand.
Respond. Okay.
You expand only the 3.4, the last one, right? Because you want to look at that. This is the
Mm-hmm.
benefit of the this facility, this expand all collapsal, so that you can focus on selected parts of the data, right? So before I go to the start to finish, let me explain to you with a situation which will develop the understanding and logic, right? Okay. So here it is. I want you to read these lines. Read these lines.
Start to finish situation. So I have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from the station. It takes 1 hour from home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home so as to not miss the train at all? So start time, question mark.
Think of it. Now, I want you to think like a manager, not like a mathematician. Because if you do only maths, that will tell you 4 p.m. But
Right.
if you think like a manager, that will tell you something better. Think of it.
You got to pull lifetime of at least 30 minutes also. So an hour, 30 minutes, maybe 3:30.
Yes. Now, so let me tell you that why is it better? Say this. So if you add 30 minutes to late to manage on the road risk, so you will start at 3:30 p.m. Now, what happens that on the way, the 10 minutes are lost in tire change. Even if you lose 10 minutes on the way, now you tell me, would you still be able to catch the train? Think of it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because you have, 30 minutes of the buffer time, and out of the 30 minutes, you've used the buffer of 10 minutes only. You're still 20 minutes ahead of the train, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You can catch the train, you will not miss it. So, there are many start to finish situations in our life, they exist. Let me remind you, tell me one thing, did you ever miss any exam in your school or the college days?
I don't think so. No.
No. Because you knew it, because if you look
Yeah.
at exams, that's an annual exam. If you miss it this
Mm-hmm.
year, then it will take you another, it will waste 1 year of your academic 1 year academic year will be lost, waiting for
Mm-hmm.
next year to take the exam again, right? So since you have not missed any exam, so you knew the start to finish. Exam says that before I start, you finish your syllabus and come to the examination hall, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Suppose you were to take an international flight, okay, and that flight cost a lot of money, and the ETD, expected time of the departure, is 5 p.m. So would you target to reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m.? Which one will be better?
4 p.m. Even though realistically, have I missed that before? Yes, unfortunately.
Yes. So
But
suppose
yes.
at 4 p.m. and wait for 1 hour, is that a big pain? No, not at all.
No.
Because as compared to losing the flight or missing the flight, and if you compare it with the waiting for 1 hour, it's not an unpleasant situation at all. Because if you're near the boarding gate and you are at the
Yeah.
PM, you can just relax yourself. You can doze off. Even if you doze off, the airline staffers will basically wake you up. This is, sir, you please join the boarding line. Right? Is that clear?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because if you are at the door, it means that you are waiting for this flight only. You won't miss it even if you are sleeping. So someone will
Yeah.
definitely will basically wake you up in right time, and you would be able to board it. You will not miss it. So waiting for a flight is not a problem. So the why is that so? Because the flight says, look, before I start, you finish reaching the boarding gate. Because you can book a flight in advance, right? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
And it has a definite date and time. So basically, you are not the one to decide that. You can only choose the pre-decided dates and time which suit you the best. Right? Is that clear?
Right.
So that's why we say that, in the start to finish, the predecessor is in the future. Predecessor says that, look, I am here in the future of the timeline. And before I start, you finish doing this task. For example, you got an opportunity for an interview in a very good company at 5 p.m. So will you reach before the interview time or you will tell them that I will come after 5? Tell me how you are
If
going.
you don't want to lose the job, you better show up before time.
Absolutely good, right? I used to do it. Suppose if I had an interview at 5 p.m., I'll tell you a secret. You will understand it. I would reach at 4. I will tell the interview
Mhm.
coordinator, ma'am, I'm here. Oh, she will look at the list. Oh, Mr. Datta. Oh, so, okay, you are here 1 hour earlier. Okay, let me note it. So she will note it. Now, what happens? Sometimes I've noticed some candidates in between, they don't turn up, right? Suppose
Mhm.
a candidate who's supposed to turn up at 4:30, he doesn't turn up. So without wasting much time, or the interviewers, the interview coordinator will tell me to go ahead and take the interview. Now, what happens that when I reach at 4:30, I've got extra 30 minutes. You got the point? Because
Right.
my time, my scheduled time starts at 5, but I get the opportunity to start at 4:30. So once I'm in front of the interviewers and they appreciate the fact, oh, you are here, they get a subtle message. Yeah, this guy is interested in the job, right? Then I get more time to explain myself and I get the job for sure, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Okay, because I'm feeling more relaxed and I can explain longer things better because I have got extra time, right? Okay,
Right. Mhm.
is a start to finish. There is a start to finish in many places. For exam says that before I start finish reaching the examination venue. There is a start to finish for train, for flight, for interviews. Okay. So make sure
Mhm.
that you understand start to finish. So start to finish will be there in the project also. So it is rare, but it is there. Okay. Now let us see how we can apply it practically. Now let me explain to you with a situation. Situation is like this. 3 4 years back, there was a lot of upgradation projects for the mobile telephony networks in India. So all the companies were upgrading their 3G, 4G network to the 5G network. So basically, those projects were completed 3 4 years back. So we since then we have got 5G mobile telephony. Now there was an activity I noticed. It's like this. So when you upgrade a mobile tower, activate 5G frequency, right? Because the 5G uses a different kind of frequency, which is higher than the usual one, so that it can transfer more data. So this job is to be done by a subject matter expert, but he's a constrained resource, limited resource, right? So it is like this. So there is one subject matter expert who take care of 5 projects. So it's like this, right? One subject matter expert for 5 projects. Now you have to basically ask him for a date, which he can provide to you. So I call him up. So I ask him for a date. Earliest date, he says that the earliest date I can provide you is this. Do you see the arrow? Can you read the time scale
Yeah.
and the date? Basically, you can count from Monday. Monday, which
So
count it.
yeah. So that's Monday the 13th.
No, Monday
Yeah.
15th, 15.
Oh, Monday is the 15th. Okay. And then 4 more days, 19.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19. See, you can count both ways. You can count from
Mm-hmm.
forward, you can count from backward, right? Is that
Mm-hmm.
so? That's how you read the time scale, right? Just keep this technique in mind that you can read the date of an in between day. So count from Monday, any Monday, whichever is nearer. So he says that he can come on the 19th, right? I say, fine. So I'll have to shift his activity, from here to here, right?
Yeah.
To shift. So I'm going to use a constraint as a matter of convenience. So constraint is my next lesson. So I go into the status. Okay. So here I tell Primavera that it's a mandatory start. Mandatory start means compulsory start. When I tell it the date, this activity should compulsorily start on Friday, the 19th. Then I click on the select and the activity is shifted to the 19th. As you can see that since I've adjusted the activity manually, it will get a star mark. Okay. So that tells that this activity has been shifted manually and not due to any natural relationship, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Right, right.
I ask the subject matter expert that before I come, no, before you come, so what should we prepare? So he says that, you should install the new hardware, I mean, the new computers and the softwares. Okay, so there are many computers inside the tower, so they help in running the whole setup. So you should install the new hardware and upgrade the softwares. I say, fine, we'll take care of it. So then I call my team members, the technical team. I ask them that, guys, how many days do you need to do this task? They say, boss, we are fine to do it in 6 days. We are fine with that. Then I tell them, guys, please take care that, he is a busy man. And if he misses appointment, he's going to come after 1 month. We don't want it to be delayed. So I want you to basically do it with a buffer of 3 days. Do you see this green patch here? I tell them that you should target to finish your activity on Monday the 15th. Try to finish it here, right? Is that clear?
Mm-hmm.
Keep a buffer of 3 days. If you can't finish on 15 due to some reason, try to finish it on 16 or 17. And in the worst case scenario, I'm sure you would be able to finish on the 18th, because on Friday the 19th, he's going to come and he will find everything in perfect order, right? Is that clear?
Right,
Okay, just like you would catch an international flight and you will target to reach the boarding gate in advance, similarly, you will use the same feeling here, right? Okay, same wisdom you will apply it here. So you don't want to miss his appointment because his next appointment will be a month later, right? Okay, fine.
right,
Let's do it. Let us implement it. So you just grab the mouse and you go to the relationship tab here. And then since you are on what? You are on the successor, right? If you're on the successor, then you will select the predecessor. You click on the assign predecessor. And who is the predecessor in this case? It is 1080. 1080
mm-hmm.
is the predecessor here, right? So you click on the selection and then you click on the close button, close the button. And then the relationship type has to be changed to SF, right? Because you know why?
Start
Because
to finish.
let's select a
Mm-hmm.
point, SF.
SF, right? Yeah, start to finish.
Then you are telling Primavera, I would like to have a lead of 3 days. This is called the lead time. Lead time means leading time. You write here -3. So basically, what the Primavera will do, it will do 19 June minus 3. 19 June minus 3. You write here minus
Just
3.
put -3.
Yeah, you write here -3.
Mhm.
And do you see that it has created a padding of 3 days, right? Due to the -3, a padding of 3 days has been created. Do you see this three days here? So
Mm, I
19,
don't see the 3 days. Where is the 3 days?
do you see this red patch here? Red patch. Man,
Uh-huh.
just a moment. Let me use the green color. I don't know if you're not.
Yeah, use the ground.
You see this green patch here? Do you see the three days,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
That is due to the -3, right? What you are
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, that's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
yes. So basically, if you are boarding, you are basically trying to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. You are keeping a lead time of 1 hour. That 1 hour is called the lead time, leading. So you have to lead
Mm-hmm.
flight by 1 hour, right? Leader
Mm-hmm.
stays at the front. So you have to lead the flight takeoff time by 1 hour. So you say that, okay, I'll target to reach at 4 p.m., right? So what is 4 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
4 p.m. is earlier than 5 p.m., right? Why?
Right.
Because 4 p.m. is leading the 5 p.m. by 1 hour. Here, the finish date is leading, right? The finish date is leading the start date by 3, -3.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it is targeted to finish on the Monday itself, right? So what is the advantage? So first of all, you are going to target to finish on the Monday. So if you manage to finish on the Monday, what is the harm? For 3 days, you can do some extra checks. So this guy, he comes on the 19th, he's happy. Everything is fit and fine. Right? Is this clear?
Right. Yes.
So -3, what it does, it creates a gap of 3 days. Sometimes we call it the gap, sometimes we call it the buffer, sometimes we call it the reserve. Those 3 days are reserve days, right? Activity duration is 6, but the reserve is 3, right? So is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So that helps a lot.
So let me just take a look at it. Just visual real quick. Um, so because the frequency guy, the activate frequency guy needs he's starting on the 19th because that's when he can come. So we manually went there, we set the date for the 19th. Now, because of it's a SF start to finish relationship, the install has to be done for the hardware software prior to him being there. So we give it a 3 day lead, lag time so that they can have it ready before he comes. That's why we went there to change that to -3 days, and then that gives us the Monday to Thursday as a lead time before the start day of Friday. Okay, so I'm just processing it in my head. So I think I get it. I
Good.
get it.
Good. That is good. I appreciate that. That you are really trying to basically make sure that you are trying to basically pocket it in your head so that you can use it in a very handy manner when you hit a situation. Now, let me also tell you, give you a hint. The start to finish, you can find it out in your contract document, right? If the company committed anything by a particular date, so you can find it there, right? And rest of the 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 will be automatically derived from your engineering processes. Is that clear?
Okay. Yep.
Hmm? So those three are easy. They will come to you naturally. And you might start with a finish to start. Then you look for the opportunity to see if you can use start to start or the finish to finish. And when you are looking for start to finish, it will not come to you automatically. You'll have to find it if it is there, right? So you can look at the contract document, or you may just talk directly to the client, right? You can ask him, do you have any specific days? If not, we will go as per the engineering process, right? Is that clear?
Right. So as a scheduler, though, okay, as a scheduler,
Mhm.
because my main goal for doing learning Primavera is I don't have the PM, project management background. So I just wanted to learn the software. So as a scheduler, all this information will be provided to me by, is that a project manager or how does that?
Yes, it will be provided to you by the project manager. The project manager will pair you up with an experienced engineer who doesn't know the Primavera, but he knows the job. So he will basically guide you and you will plan it in. So once you plan it in, so basically it will create a workable plan for all. So basically, I told you that planning is a teamwork and you are one of the team members, right? Is that clear?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. All
So
right.
handling the Primavera is a specialized job that you know, and there will be many engineers, not only one. See, if you are going to construct a building, do you think that you will be paired with only a civil engineer? No, you will be basically teamed up with a civil engineer, structural engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, HVAC engineer, solar engineer, and architect. All of these guys will come to you, and the project manager will be the coordinator, cheerleader, and he will make sure that you guys are all working in a very well communicated manner, very very productive manner, right? Okay, and he will ensure
Okay.
everybody is basically gelling well,
Oh,
right? So
yeah.
he will create a good atmosphere of the camaraderie and teamwork, and you will do your job, they will do theirs, right? Is that clear? So,
Yeah.
one day, as you gain more experience, you might become a project manager yourself. That is a natural progression. Yes, it will come. Okay, is that clear?
Yeah. Clear.
Okay, great. Now we can close this lesson, right? So, since we are done with this lesson, we have understood and the data has been updated. Best practice says that once you have updated everything, close it. How do you close it? Control W. If you
Control
do,
W.
you will see the activities tab will be gone, the WBS tab will be gone. Because activities and WBS, they are part of the project. If the project is closed, they are also closed. Yes,
Okay.
you'll see these two tabs gone, right? Instantly gone to the.
Mhm.
Now we are going to learn the date constraints and we will take a break and then we will do it. Okay,
Okay.
let's take
So we'll come back when?
20 minutes. I think 20 minutes is fair enough.
Okay, that's fine. Yep.
Okay, your time is 11:32 as I can see. So I think
Yep.
did you have your breakfast? I don't know if you had it.
No.
Okay, so if you wish, you can have a breakfast. It's okay with me. You can then let me know when you are good.
So I'm good. We can do the 20 minutes if you want us to do the 20 minutes. That's fine right now.
Fine. Okay. Okay, now we are going to learn about the date constraints, right? Now, the date constraint means that limited dates, right? So we are going to learn about them, that how the constraints, how the date constraint, they help you further fine tune the schedule.
Can you hear me though?
Yes, I can hear you. Absolutely good.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Now,
So I wanted to remind you about my 12:30 1:30 appointment today.
1:30, yeah, will be done before, much before that. Okay.
Okay. That's like an hour from now though. So just so you know.
Okay. Now you click on the WBS,
WPS. Okay.
because to learn this we have to create certain groups and which will be useful. Now to create the first group, you click on the add button,
Okay.
and in the WBS name you write start, on, or after. That is the name of a constraint which is inbuilt. That's right. Press enter. Now you go to the parent. Yeah, then we will add another one.
Yeah.
And in the WBS name, you write finish, on, or before. Finish, on, or before. Then you add another one, go to the parent. And here you write primary and secondary constraints. Primary and secondary constraints. Okay, just write it. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, now you go to the parent and add another one. Go to the top.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then add another one.
Yes. And you write here as late as possible. As late
Oh, okay.
Then you press enter. Now you add another one. Go to the top. And you write here mandatory finish. Mandatory finish. We are done. Now let's go to the activities tab. So in the activities tab, you switch off the bottom details so that we can see the WBS groups. So you can see the WBS groups, right? Now you select two activities. Select two.
Maybe it's first two.
Yeah, yes, start with the first two and you cut
Okay.
and
Oh,
move them into 4.1. Select
yeah.
select these two, yes.
Okay.
Control
And
X,
you got that's Control X.
yes, and you paste it into 4.1.
4.1. That's
Start on.
Control V.
Now you select the next two, that is 20 and 30, and you cut them.
Shift.
Control X, and paste it into 4.2. Then you select the next two, 40 and 50. Control X, and paste it into 4.3. And just a moment.
50 and 60.
Just a moment. So let me see what has been moved. So, oh, you selected 1230. That's fine. So we need two. Now we need only one, right? You select 1040, Control X,
Mm.
and it move
Control
Control X,
Control X. Uh-huh.
and then you move it into 4.4, I believe, right? Yeah, it has to go into 4.4. Paste it.
Okay.
Fine, it is gone. Now you select eight activity. You count eight.
So that's 58. Oh no. This is in 10, so yeah.
No,
30.
you just count eight activities. So you just do,
Mm-hmm.
you place the cursor here, then you press the control
Mm-hmm.
button. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Right? Now you do control
Okay.
X. You do control X, and you move it into the last group. You just scroll down to the last.
Mandatory finish.
Yes. Yes, that's right. And you delete the rest. You select rest of the activities and you delete them.
Don't tell me. Hold on.
Delete them. So do you see that you hit the delete rule and it created the critical path? Okay, so that's a side knowledge. Now to understand this constraint, we have to write like this, task 1, and you rename the next one as task 2, right? You put a space and you write here task 2
Okay.
and you press enter. Okay. Now you select task 1 and then you select 2 and you link them. Okay. Link these two activities. You link task.
So that's okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
So that's one,
And
and
then,
then two, and then you link them.
yeah, you link them.
Where's link activities? Yeah.
Yes. So when you link the two activities, this task 2, so it acquires a start date from the relationship, which is 8th of the June, right? Because it's now in a finish to start relationship. Now, what do? You assign a resource to it. Okay. So that person who is assigned to the activity, he gets an alert email, because when you work on the server based version, it generates alerts for the various stakeholders. Now he comes to meet you. So he says that, boss, I have a concern to share with you. So he says that I have taken a permission of leave from the current project manager. So I won't be available during this range of dates, right? So he says that I will be joining on the 22. So I can start on or after 22 with your activity, right? Is that clear? So during the red patch, he will be on leave. He will be on leave from which range of dates? Ranging from 8th of the June till 20th of the June. So he will be joining back on 22. He says that I can start this activity if you require me on or after 22. Then, uh,
Wait, let me see. No, I don't see that. So the start date is June 1st, isn't it?
no, look at the diagram. Don't you see the drawings I make on your screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so what is the red patch? Red patch is not available because he is on leave.
Oh, June 8th. Yeah, okay.
So June till
Mm-hmm.
20th of June. He says I can start on 22 or after 22. Right? So he has a limitation there. Then you talk to the HR and you try to find a another resource with the similar skill set, but the HR says that is not available because it's a rare resource, it's a costly resource, so you'll have to adjust. You'll have to adjust your task schedule to match the availability of the resource. Then you say, okay, fine, if we can't have that resource because of the severe constraint, so what I will do, I will shift the start date of this activity to match his joining date, right? So he's going to join back on the 22 June after his vacation, right? Is that clear? That's why we need to adjust the activity by using a facility called the constraint. Now we are going to apply the constraint to adjust the schedule of the activity. To apply the constraint, we have to click on the detail button so that we get the bottom detail window. Once we get the details, we click on the status tab. In the status tab, we can see that there is a constraint block. So there is a constraint, right? Do you see that constraint? See, there are two kinds of constraint in the
Okay.
one is the primary constraint, another is the secondary constraint. Now, first of all, we are going to use the primary constraint only, right? So basically, we are going to use the primary constraint. Now, the constraint name that we are going to use is, you select from here, start, on, or after. You select from the drop down, you scroll down more, you scroll down, scroll.
Okay.
Now you select start, on, or after. That's right. Select it. Now the date, he says that he would be joining back on the 22. So the date of the constraint that you will select is 22 June. So what he's saying is that I can start on 22 June or any time after 22 June, right? And then you click on the select. So once you click on the select, you should be noticing certain things. Since you applied a constraint, the Primavera will indicate that with an asterisk or with a star mark, right? The star mark is an indication of the fact that this activity's particular start date has been adjusted, right? So when you get any date from the relationship without any adjustment, there is no star mark. But when you adjust it manually, you will get a star mark. Second thing is that this activity is supposed to start on 22 June or after. So do you see that this activity has been pushed away to 22 June, right?
Right.
2nd June. Now, there is something more that you need to do. Whenever you apply a constraint, you should explain it in a note, right? Because constraints are not natural resources. They are there because someone applied it and that someone should explain it. So you go to the notebook, click here. Now click on the add. Then the reason will be, the topic will be constraints. So it is already selected on the constraint. Just click on the green plus button and you close the box by clicking on the cross button here. So once you have done
So
that,
how much constraint can you have in order to be able to do a project or not decide not to do it?
yeah, that we will come to know. First, you focus on the current thing. So
Okay.
you have
Okay.
to write here, you write it. You write the reason for the constraint, the resource
Hmm.
assigned on this activity, write it.
You want to, the resource?
Assigned on this activity, assigned on this activity will be available from available from 20 to
June 20. Mm-hmm.
from 22 June onwards.
Oh,
June 22 onwards, right? And then you click on the OK.
okay.
See, when you write the word resource, it can also mean machine and materials beside the human, right? Is that clear? If
Right.
any of the resources is missing and you have to wait for it, of course, your task will also basically be delayed till the arrival of that particular resource. So basically, this can be due to man or machine or material or all of them, right? So you have made it clear. Now let us observe certain things. So when you look at the plan overall. So you will see that there is only one activity which is critical, right? Why this activity is critical? Because this activity itself is defining the finish deadline of the project, right? Is that clear? And do you see any gap here between this activity and the finish deadline? No.
No.
That's why the float is zero here. And rest of the activities, they are having a lot of float, right? Okay. Now there,
Mm-hmm.
now there is one more thing. Since this activity has been pushed away forcibly, right, with the constraint, so it has created gap between its predecessor and itself, right? Do you see that? It is having a float of 12 days, right? So how come? Because you have to count the working days. Non-working days are not counted. So you can see there is a 6 days of the float in this week and in another week. So there is a total float of 12 days. Do you see this? There is a total float of 12 days. Okay. Is this thing clear?
Right. Right.
So basically, why we have applied this constraint, because this activity can start on or after 22 June only, but not before that. Right? Is that
Mm-hmm.
so? If I remove the constraint, this activity will spring back to the 8th of the June, but it has been pushed away. So you forcibly pushed away, and when you push away an activity forcibly, it is indicated by the star. And whenever you apply a constraint, you should write a reason. That reason should be good. It should be basically a true reason. That why did you apply this constraint? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, if you increase the duration of the task one, first of all, it is going to consume the float. Only then it will push this activity, or else it won't push the activity, right? So this is something, as you can see, it is apparently clear, right? Do you see that? You have a gap of 12 working days. So first it will consume the float, only then it will push, right? So this is because the successor has been forced away. So when you forced away the successor, it created a gap of 12 days. Okay. Now we will
So how does activity in task one affect task two right now?
see
Is
base.
it affected?
No, actually the task two is has been scheduled according to the resource. Because the resource is because the resource is going to be available on 22 June, but not before that. That's why the name of the constraint, read it very carefully. Start on or after. Start on or after 22 June. Because before the 22 June, the resource is not available. So we have mentioned that already in the notebook. So let's have a good look at the notes. And you look at the whole thing in totality. Read it. Read this.
And the resource assigned to this activity will be available from June 22nd onwards.
So it can be a man, a machine, or a material,
Mhm.
right? So
Right,
if any of the resource is missing, you'll have to wait, isn't it?
right.
So it means that this activity will be started when the resource is available. So the schedule of this activity has been adjusted with a constraint to match the availability of the resource, right?
Right.
So this
Yeah.
resource is available from 22 June onwards. So anytime after the 22 June, this activity can start. That's what we are saying, right? Okay.
Right.
Now we are going to do the next one, and after that you can go. We will continue later tomorrow. So tomorrow try to be a little bit earlier because we want to catch up for the lost time today. Now you write here 3 and 4. You make it as task 3 and task 4. And then you select 3, then you select 4, and then you link them. So once you link them, the finish to start relationship is established, right? So because it is the default relationship which is inbuilt. Now, if you look at the second activity, the successor, it is going to finish on 13th of the June. Now, there is a resource who is assigned on this activity. He comes to you. He says, boss, that I have a concern to share with you. He says that, look, I'm working in the notice period. So my notice period will be finishing on the 20th. So whatever you ask me to do, that should finish on or before 20th of June. Is that clear? So basically, the 20th of June, let me mark it. So that is the last date for this activity. Do you see this red line? So you have to assign a constraint on this activity. And when you do that, then you will see that this line will be disappeared. This will be hidden. So because of the constraint, right? It will be like this. It will be trimmed. The float will be trimmed because the float will then be calculated from the constraint date and not from the finish date of the project, right? Okay, so let's do it. You come to the status, and then in the constraint you select finish on or before, finish on or before, and then the last date of the constraint is 20th of the June. You select here 20th of the June, which is a Saturday, right? And you click on the select button. So once you click on the select button, you will notice two things. First, so when you apply a constraint on the finish date, right? So when you do that, you will see a star on the finish date, right? Do you see a star here on the finish date? And then you will see that the float has been trimmed till the 20th of June, right? Did you note that?
Right.
Okay. So each time you apply a constraint, you will write a note, but not right now. But you have done practice once, but you keep the fact in mind, right? So whenever you
Mhm.
apply a constraint, so you should write a note about that because constraint is applied by a person and that person has a reason and that reason should be known to the rest of the stakeholders, right? Okay. So,
Right.
and you don't want other stakeholders to go around scratching their heads. Okay. What is this for? What is this for? Right? So you should write a notebook reason. Now we are going to check out the constraint. Let's see that what happens if I push the successor and make it go beyond the constraint date, right? You go to the task 3 and change the duration to 12 days. Let's see that what if the predecessor expands and pushes the successor to the brink. So it will push the successor to the brink. So when it is pushed to the brink, do you see that immediately the float has become zero, right? And that network path has turned red because one of the attributes of the critical path is that on critical path the float is zero. The float has become zero. Why? Because the last date for the task 4 is taken from its constraint. It is here. This is the last date, right? So is this thing clear? Hmm? So is this thing?
I have to look at it again. It's clear, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand it better.
Because when you expanded the predecessor, it pushed pushed the successor to the constraint date. So this is the constraint date. This is the limit. Now do you see the connect? Right? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's see that what happens if I push something beyond the constraint. Okay, you go to the task 3 and change the duration to 16 days. 1616. So let's see that what happens. How does Primavera react when I push it beyond the constraint? So when I push it beyond the constraint, you will see that there is a negative float. Do you see that? It says -4. Now, what is -4? The negative float is not a negative thing. Rather, it is a friendly advice from the Primavera. It is a friendly advice from the Primavera. It says that you have exceeded your time limit by 4 days, right? So where is your time limit? Your time limit is, so let me show it to you. Basically, your time limit was on the Saturday, right? So that was your time limit. Do you see this twist here? Twisted. That is the time limit. Now, how do you get -1? I'll show it to you. Monday is the -1. Tuesday is the -2, Wednesday is the -3, and Thursday is the -4. So why it is minus? Because you're trying to use the dates which are not available. Because -4 days is not a real number, right? It is just a mathematical way to tell you that you are exceeding your time limit by 4 days. You should come back at least 4 days. So what do? You tell your team member, guys, I'm going to provide you more man and machine, reduce the duration of the predecessor to 12. You change it to 12, task 3 to 12. Okay. You change it to 12.
And it to 12.
You change it to 12. So what's going to happen? The float will become zero. So once the float becomes zero, which is mathematically it is fine, but is it practically fine? Think of it. Is it practically good to plan like that? Planning the activities to the brink without any buffer. Okay, let me ask you this question. If you have a flight at 5 p.m., would you plan to arrive at the boarding gate at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m.?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Why? Because you want to have a lead time, right? You want to have some
Uh,
positive lead time so that you can basically ensure that you are going to catch the flight. So similarly, what you do, you tell your team members here, you tell them, guys, I'm going to provide you more man and machine, reduce the duration of task 3 to 10 days, right? You just click here and you set it to 10. Set it to 10 days. So once you set it to 10 days, then what happens? It creates a positive float of 2 days, which is good enough as a safety margin, right? Is that clear?
right.
Because,
I thought you said constraint, uh,
yeah,
it could have zero duration, right?
basically the constraint is here.
Or float.
It says
Yeah.
you have to maximum finish by the 20th. But when you are finishing, planning to finish by 18th, you are keeping a safety margin of 2 days, right? If you can't finish on the 18th, you finish on the 19th, but by all, the worst case scenario, you might finish on the 20th. And you still look good to
Okay.
stakeholders, right?
Be-
That's why.
Okay. Because this is on or before. Finish on or before, right?
Yes, finish on 20th or before the 20th. You look good, right? Catch the flight on or before the 5 p.m. So you say, fine, I will target to reach the boarding gate at 4, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because the flight says that before I start, you finish reaching the boarding gate. So it is the same thought process, same feeling, same sentiments we use here in planning. So it is not that we should plan to the brink. We must keep some gap, which is positive float. The basically, this thing, the date which is being mentioned here, 20th of the June. So it is here. So does it mean that I should plan like that? No, I will plan it with a couple of days of the buffer, right? So which will create a safety zone. So if you have a safety zone here, there is no problem here. Do you see this green patch? That is creating a safety zone. Let me use a transparent shade. So the safety zone will be on the days of Friday and Saturday, right? Saturday is your last date, right? Is that clear? But you will be targeting neither the Friday nor the Saturday. You will be targeting the Thursday. Is that clear now?
Right.
Who
Yes.
who helps you do it? You are being helped by this constraint, finish on or before. Why finish on or
Mm.
before 20th? Because the resource told you, I would be available till 20th. It could be a man, it could be a leased machine. Right? Is this clear? If you have a machine which has been leased to you till 20th, then of course you have to finish on or before the 20th, before the machine
Mm.
is picked away by the supplier, right? Okay.
Right.
Okay, fine. So I stop here. I don't want to rush you. You need some buffer
Right.
time. Okay. Next,
Okay. Yeah.
fine.
Okay. So tomorrow, I work tonight, right?